Hey, it's Friday. What's going on, everybody? Hope you're all having a great Friday. Last day of the work week. The weekend is here. It is July 21st, 2023. It's so great to be back with you guys today. Open discussion today, open panel. It's like it was supposed to be yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit about yesterday as well. So, thank you all for joining me today on this awesome Friday. Let's get the show on the road. What's up? Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope it's good for you because it is definitely good for me to be here with you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all having an amazing day. I hope you all had a wonderful night last night. First thing I want to do is apologize for yesterday's show for those of you that will accept that. Um, and happy Friday to you all. Yesterday was not, it just was not. This is not what I do. Um, I was very disappointed in part of yesterday's show, very much so. And you guys deserve better than that. So, part of what I'm talking about today is about how that will no longer be ever anything that goes on in here. I will not play into what these people want to do. I will not play into these games. I'm not. This is a real thing, folks. This is serious to me. Okay. And for those of you that jumped into CJ's channel last night for his live stream, I think there was a few of you guys over there I saw. Enough is enough. Okay, the drama, the bullshit. It's just enough. We're supposed to work together on these things, okay? And the little antics that went on yesterday, you know, It just wasn't worth it. It's not part of this. Jules got upset because we're tired of going round and round in these circles. That's all it was about. We wanted to know some truths to these things. That's what it's about, guys. Truth and justice. Period. You know. So anybody that was upset with her, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have been. She we put a lot of time and effort and heart into what we do in here, guys. We really do. We spend a lot of time in here. The people that we have, Jules does this a lot all on her own. She works with us, but she does it on her own. I have an amazing team of people that does this with me in here, and we all put 100% into this when we're doing it. Every one of us, okay? As do all of you that are constantly sending me things and CJ stuff and Jules things and things like that. I mean, you guys put a lot of time, effort, and heart into this too. So none of us deserve any kind of dramatic antics. So this has turned into a three-ring circus, and it's disgusting to me. And I won't do it anymore. My moderators are on alert, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms, which is ridiculous. This is a family based channel, and it's going to stay that way no matter what happens. Um, we promote positivity throughout this channel, throughout all the people that come in here. And if that's not going to happen, then those people that can't do that won't be here. We believe in truth and justice, as I say every day, and we're the voice for the voiceless. Well, we can't be a voice for anything if we're stopping to deal with antics every so often and having days like yesterday that just didn't make any sense at all. It didn't even make it was so ridiculous that I just took down the stream. It was a joke. I appreciate the panel members that were here trying to work through everything we were trying to work through, very much so, but everything else about it was just a joke, and I'm not doing it anymore. We have people that are coming in here. Willie, for instance, coming in here, taking time out of his day, dealing with his drama that he had to deal with from another creator, which didn't need to happen either, to try to help find the truth in this case. And he gets involved in the drama. There's too much drama. This is not a drama community, folks. This is a true crime based community. Like, we're in a nutshell, I guess, to say, for lack of better terms, we're investigative reporters. We investigate these cases, and then we try to report real news to you guys, because we all know that you can't get real news from mainstream media. Okay. And if that's what we're going to do, we can watch all of this crazy crap go on through mainstream media. Why? That's why we're here, because we don't want to see that. We don't want to deal with that. So we're here doing what we do to bring you guys the right thing, to try to bring you guys the truth, to try to show you guys what justice should be for these cases, especially this case. Now, I will say that this case is beyond a level of any other case that we've ever touched on, guys. It's fact. Okay, we all know that. You all know that. Okay, but this is not going to knock me down. I'm not going to get knocked over. I'm not going to give in to anybody that wants to try to make me back away from this, to try to make me give up on this. It's not going to happen, because I have a passion for what I do. And I feel strongly that it, beyond yesterday, what I'm doing is a good thing to help other people. Again, I have nothing but love and respect for the families of these victims, because of what they've been through. They don't deserve this kind of crap going on around in any of this either. Okay. And neither do the victims. Most of all, neither do the victims. If these kids could see what has gone on with this case because of this, I think they'd all be disgusted as well. I really do. And it's sad. It's very sad. I'm not doing it anymore, guys. I can't do it anymore. I won't do it anymore. I dealt with drama when I first came to YouTube a long time ago. And I walked away from it. The drama I dealt with then was because of internet bullies. Okay. Something I have a huge disregard for, as should anybody. I love people. I love people. Um, just as I love all of you. Um, and I'm not going to ever not be that person. Okay. I'm always going to be who I am. I may be a little oversensitive at times and emotional at times. But you know what, guys? That's real. That's who I really am. I'm not showing you guys. I'm not putting on an act. I'm not reading I'm not reading off a teleprompter or a little script or something that I have written out every day by a team of people. I don't do any of that at all. I genuinely love people. I love us as a race, as a human race. All of us. Okay. So that being said, people that don't want that put out there, that don't want that vibe put out there, and that don't want to respect that, are going to constantly stand in the way of that. I understand that. Okay. It's not going to stop me, folks. It's not. I'm not going to go anywhere because people want me to go somewhere. I'm not going to shut my mouth because people want me to shut my mouth. I'm going to continue doing what I do for you all in hopes that it's the very best that I can do for you all, because that's what you deserve. And nothing less. Okay? Nothing less. Anybody that's on board with that, I want you to be here with us. Anybody that's not, this isn't the place for you. It's okay. I have no harsh feelings, no animosity towards anybody that doesn't feel the same way I do. None. But you just don't belong here. That's all. That's all. It's not a big deal. Go do your thing where you need to do it, and we will do our thing where we need to do it. And I'm okay with that, guys, because that's what this is about. Um, Again, I feel horrible for what everybody had to go through yesterday. A couple of my people, my team members, were upset. It caused anxiety for some people, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. This is a place where people are supposed to be able to come and relax and feel safe and know that they have a place here, because they do. And nobody should have to come in here and be in here and watching and listening and then and have to leave because their anxiety kicked up. No. I have anxiety. Okay. It didn't bother me yesterday because I just, it didn't. I get it. Okay. I want the truth from people as well. I don't think that people should be making things up and lying and twisting things and flipping things. This is not what this case is about, guys. So it has to not happen. Okay. So my moderators know that there is no drama in here. They know that. Okay. I should have probably spoke with them all last night, but I was so angry and irritated. I just needed to be alone. I needed my own time. It's not going to happen anymore. It's not, because I will rather shut this entire thing down and do nothing, or start a channel dealing with the toys that I collect, is something like that. Okay. Then deal with that or put you guys through that. That's what I will do. But as I said, it's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen. So as of now, again, all the moderators that are in here know if there's no drama, none. If I can't see something, they're going to deal with it. And somebody may get upset thinking they didn't do something wrong enough to be blocked, timed out, whatever it is. We have a 3 strikes and you're out thing in here. Okay, guys, that's the way it works. And bing, bang, boom. You do it 3 times, you're done. That's it. And it doesn't need to be that way. It really doesn't. This channel has run the way it's run smoothly for so long, without fail, with no problem, guys. Okay, and it still will do that. If we got to kick, a few people, smash a few bugs, have a couple speed bumps, whatever we got to do, at the end of the day, we're going to clean it all up and go right back to what we're doing, because that's what we do. That's why we're a family. And that's what this is to me, is family. And it's never going to be any less. And again, no, people that don't want to be part of the family, you don't have to. My door is open to anybody that wants to be part of this. Anybody. But the door can very easily be slammed in the face of anybody that does not want to be part of this, that does not want to be the type of people that we are. That's all I'm saying. So that's all there is, folks. That's all there is. Again, I formally, and this is from the heart, want to say I'm sorry to anybody that was affected yesterday by yesterday's circus. And again, I want to thank the people that were on panel that were trying to work to figure all this out with us yesterday. I thank you all for that. And I want to thank my moderators for doing an amazing job at what they do. Like I said, speaking of which, that needs fixed too, because that was something that was a big mistake. And there she is. I don't know how or why that wasn't the way it was, but it was. There we go. Okay. Anyway. And I want moderators to be respected as if you're respecting me. And I want the moderators to respect each other, as you should. Work together, not against each other. By the way, Daisy Dead has been with me a long, long time and was a moderator. I don't know what happened a long time ago, but it's not showing that she is. So she is and was. So again, welcome to the team, my dear. I'm sorry that didn't work out. I don't understand how that happened, but it's fixed. But now on top of that, guys, I need you guys to understand. Okay, everybody has the right to freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, freedom of whatever you feel, freedom to feel who you are. That's what this is all about. Well, so that being said, that is absolutely what it is. Okay, but at the same time, that doesn't give you freedom to dismantle someone else's thoughts, their theories, their opinions, to down them, to harass them, to try to block them, to anything. If you're a moderator, any of that, none. No. Okay. There's been people that are in here that have been given multiple chances to not harass people, to not be a certain way, so on and so forth. And after, we only do the 3 strikes and you're out thing. Some people have had 5, 6, 7, 8 strikes. We have to keep it calm and quiet in here, guys, because that's what I want. And that's what you deserve. That's why you're here. That's why you've come here. Okay. If we have an issue between 2 people in here and a moderator sees something, or if somebody has an issue with something and a moderator sees something, they're going to do what they think they're supposed to do. If we need to, after the fact, we'll sit down, we'll talk about it, and we'll work it out if it's something that's going to get worked out. And if not, then it's not. That's just it. Okay. And that needs to be known. You all, I've said this 1,001 times. You all, the only thing I want anybody to do that comes into this channel is to respect each other and my moderators. That's it. You don't have to respect me. I don't care about that. I don't. But you're going to have to respect each other or you can't be in here, period. If you have somebody that says that the sky is blue and you have somebody else to say that says the sky is black, okay, you disagree. That's great. It's okay to do that without having to be hateful and mean and just attack each other. You believe this, they believe that. So be it. We can all be adults because we are. We're supposed to be adults, and we can agree to disagree on something and still walk away as friends at the end of the day and get together in the Discord and have a little music jam or whatever we do. Okay? Even though we disagree on something. That's called being an adult. It's called being, human to each other. We're all the same brothers and sisters under the same God. If you believe that, okay? And we're all we got, folks. We are all we have. You see the way the world is, you see it. What else do we have but each other? And if we treat each other like this and we keep stepping on each other like we do, we're not going to have anything. Because there's two people, we'll just say there's two people out there, okay? And those are the last two people ever. When you step on that person, you're all alone, everybody. And it ain't worth it. It's not. You are all beautiful people. I tell you that all the time. And you really are. You need to realize that. Look in the mirror and realize who you are. And then look at your neighbor and realize who they are. We're the same people, folks. And we need each other to continue living in this God-forsaken life that we have, this world that we live in. Because again, if we don't have each other, we don't have nothing. I don't want to do this alone. And I won't, because I have all these beautiful people and my family and all of you, my other family, because that's what I want. I want to be surrounded by all you amazing people. I don't want to be alone, and I don't need to be alone. None of you should be either, and you won't. And that's it. That's all I have to say about it. Again, today we're having an open discussion with the panel. We're going to talk about whatever we're going to talk about. That's why we're here. I got 382 amazing people in here. We're up beyond 100 likes. We're out in the algorithm. We're going to do our thing. But the first thing I want to do is see who all graced us with their beautiful presence today. And it looks like Ms. Heather's in the house. Good to see you, Ms. Heather. Thank you for jumping back in here. Tamara, good to see you. Willie, my brother, good to have you, brother. Always good to see you here. Jessica Santiago, welcome back, darling. My friend and yours, Eddie, the one Maiden Nuts in the house. Good to see you. Niners girl, welcome back. Tammy Hammond's in the house. Good to have you, Tammy. Good to see you. Sleuthy Goosey, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us yesterday. Vix Logic, great to see you. Good to have you here. Doc Terry's in the house. Good to have you, Doc. Good to see you. Let's see here. Phantasmagoria. Phantasmic Ether's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. CH, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Devil Doll, welcome. Always good to see you, dear. Adam's in the house, guys. Stand by the jams. Good to see you back, brother. Good to have you. Turquoise, welcome back. Love me some turquoise. Hey, hey. Mandy Joe. Mandy Joe. Stop talking, Mandy. Stop talking. Just stop talking. Local Last, good to have you. Good to see you. Good to see you here today with us. Cammy Q, welcome back, dear. Lady Speedwell, always happy to have you here. Good to see you. Chick Antiques in the house. Good to see you. Unravel, welcome, darling. Good to have you here. Party of Five, welcome back. Great to see you. Bugsy, hey, hey. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Love that name. Stacy Cole, welcome. Good to see you. Jesse Lynn, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Again, Willie, my brother, welcome. It is so great to see you, sir. Marley Kate 21, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Noni's in the house. Welcome back. Brandy the OG, always happy to have you, dear. I think I already spoke that. Miss Daisy Dead's in the house. Good to see you. Welcome to the team, Daisy. Again. Sorry about that. Let's Let's see. Tattletales in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Peaches81, welcome back. Good to see you. D Smalls in the house. Welcome. Happy Friday to you. Cupcake, welcome back. Lisa Robbins Love. Good to see you. Louvre, I think. Maybe. Sorry if I slaughtered that. I'm sorry. Carmel Lucifer, always happy to have you here. Welcome back. Good to see you. KCY, welcome. Good to see you here. Anina V's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Suzanne Seidel, welcome. Let's go with this. iHockey011, good to see you. Good to have you here. Katrina Miller, welcome back. Great to have you. All right. Beach Life, please. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Iris Hewlett, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Sherry's in the house with Wisdom Speaks. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Marcy E., great seeing you. Thanks for joining us. Evil CJ, my brother, so great to have you here, sir. I'm so sorry I dropped off, but I got hammered with a storm last night and our internet was done. But we are back, guys. But thank you for having me on the show last night, sir. Always a pleasure, always an honor. K13, great to see you. Great to have you here. KC, welcome back, darling. Good to see you. Cupcake, did I speak to you? If I didn't, well, welcome back. Good to see you, Vix Logic. Always happy to see you. Karen Klein, welcome back. Jessica Santiago, welcome. Good to see you. 1 second, folks. All right, all right. Marley Kate, I did see you. Karen Klein, I got you. Miss Zelda, welcome back. Good to see you. Sarah D. Irish, welcome back. Red, good to have you here, bro. Good to see you. Local Lass, I saw you there. Come on, let's move on up. Did I get past all these? Laughing Stock, welcome back. Good to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, well, great to have you here. Let's see. 1 second, folks. I'm trying to make sure I've covered. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Laughing Stock, Beach Life, please. Yeah, I did cover that. Tamara, L&M, good to see you. Good to have you here. Polly Pepper, Miss Pamela's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Let's see. Brandy Joe, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. G2014, good to have you. Goodbye, Stacy. Always happy to see you here. Kyla Delilah. Hey there, Delilah. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Dorian Castante, happy to have you. Good to see you. Jerry Ann, welcome. Good to see you. Gemini 65, good to have you here. Good to see you. Unravel, always happy. Good to see you. Jojo, good to see you too. V. Oakley, welcome back. Great to have you. The inspector's in the house. Golf Inspector General, welcome back, man. Good to have you. Good to see you. We're getting there, folks. I think we got everyone almost here. If I missed you by any chance, I am so very sorry. I did not mean to. Mama 4 UK, welcome back. Good to see you. Tammy Hammond, good to see you. Absolutely. 57 Vicky, always happy to have you. Welcome back. War Eagles in the house. Roll Tide Roll. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Bad Wolf, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Again, all the shirts in the house. Good to see you. Brandy Wine and True Crime, always happy to have you here. Canadian True Crime Buff, great seeing you. Thank you for joining us today. Sandra Blackby, welcome back. Yay. Let's see. Did I get you all? Canadian Cat Lady. Yes. Melissa French, welcome back. Good to see you. I did see your email. I have to look into it a little bit more, dear, but I will. I promise you. Just a lot going on. Lots of emails. It's hard to look through them all in a quick period of time. Molly, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. There she is, Lisa with cannoli. Hey, gotta love my cannoli. Thank you for joining us. Kells, welcome back. Good to see you. Nevada Cops, good to see you. Annie Ruler, welcome back. Always happy to see you. all of you. Always happy to see all of you. Amazing meatballs and some. Welcome. We're going to spill a little sauce today, and I'm glad you're here to do that with me. Dakota Parker, great to have you here. I think I got everyone. Again, if I did not, Commercial Zone, there you are. Good to see you. Word Sleuth, good to see you. Thank you. It's quite all right. And that's all it's about is respect. We respect each other, period. And I thank you all for joining us. Told you so. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Matt M. Low 12. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Again, we got 395 amazing people in here. You guys are amazing. And I thank you all for joining me today on this Friday, July 21st. Kelly Miller, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Carrie Pajula, good to see you as well. Donna Mondier. Either way, thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you here. Canadian True Crime Buff. All right. Double Dog, yay. Leah Story, happy to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Michelle Mack, welcome back, dear. Miss Zelda, good to see you. Students for True Crime, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. That's awesome. It's great to have you all here. Sherry K, great to see you. Mikey's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to have you here. Come on down, bro. All right. There's a link in chat for you, brother. Mikey's going to be joining me today. Natalie B, good to see you, dear. Not that, Nikki. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you, Max G. Always happy to see you. All right. Let's see here. Altered Soul, happy to see you. Hippie Happy, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There we go. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Indigo, welcome. Good to see you. Bonnie Messick, welcome back. Groot, welcome. Samira Dalby, good to see you. All of you. Stevie Irwin in the house. My brother, good to see you. Welcome back, everyone. Chet Chick, good to see you. For those of you just jumping in, I did do a little State of the Nation speech. Sorry, it was a little long and boring, but it needed done. Donna R, MK, good to see you both. Thank you for joining us. It needed done, okay, because enough is enough, okay? We're here, just a real quick rehash on this. We're here to do good, not the opposite, guys, and that's all I'm saying. Welcome, Donna from North Carolina. Good to see you here. So again, today we're doing the open discussion, open panel, the end. It's the end of all the drama, period. Crime Sleuthing, good to see you there. Didn't see you, just popped in. David Clayton, my brother, welcome. Good to have you here. Eve Lucky, welcome back, dear. So, I did see you, Annie. Good. WSU Mom, what's up, Kim? Good to see you, Kim. Thanks for joining us today. Vanessa, welcome back. Always happy to have you guys. Oh, and looks like we got someone already. Welcome, Willie. What's up, brother?
What's up, fellas? What's up, Mike?
Hey, bud. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Not too bad for Friday.
Roll Tide, Dago.
Hey, roll tide, roll.
Oh, what a day. So what are we going over today?
Today, what's up, Mystic Virgo? We were supposed to have an open discussion yesterday, open panel, whatever. It didn't really get to that point because of all the caca. I'll just put it that way. So I figured, what the hell, we'll just do it today. Newman 25, what's going on? Crama, that's right. Crime drama. So we're done with that. And We're gonna make things good. So whatever, there's a lot of subjects we can talk about on here. I don't want to do anything that's gonna upset anybody, of course. I love that hat, bro, and the sweatshirt. Looks good on you.
Thanks, brother.
Gotta love that that A right there. That A means a whole lot to me.
That's right. How old is that hat?
This hat is shit.
It's like my pops. He has like 15 old ones.
It was like 2 years old.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Fitted.
Oh yeah, nothing but the best, bro. I can't stand those snapback hats. I don't like them. I never did.
Hell no.
Just don't do it. We got a Santa hat too that kind of, it's not like that one. It's a little bit different. We got so much stuff here. Once I get my office moved to the back den where I'm supposed to be, 1 second.
Now, Melissa, it's an Alabama hoodie.
In fact, I think my wife has one identical to the one you're wearing. It looks just like it from what I can see of it. But yeah, when I get my office moved to the back in my den, you're going to see a whole lot of Alabama stuff then, because that's typically where most of my stuff is at. So
I love it.
yes. Welcome, Melissa D. Good to see you. If you don't have, we do have one of those, Mandy. I don't wear it. It's actually is it Bear Bryant?
Yep.
Hell yeah. That's one of the best coaches ever to exist, you guys. You got to know that.
Damn right. My dad still puts him number 1, but I still put Saban over him. I have to.
I get it. I am not. I do not like, sorry, Tech. I'm sorry, brother. I'm a sellout. I do not do the Buckeyes. I can't stand Ohio State. I never could. I just could not do it. I'm a Cleveland Browns fan, yes. Die hard. I was born with a brown diaper on my butt, okay? And it wasn't doo-doo in the diaper. It was orange and brown. Cleveland Browns fan. 1 second.
What about you, Mike? Who's your team?
I can't do football.
What was that?
I can't do football.
Hold on, let me turn my mic up, unless you're just really low.
I can't do football.
What?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Call me I don't know. Just never
It broke my heart, dude.
gathered my attention.
I mean, I played baseball my whole life, but
Yeah.
football is the only thing I can watch.
Yeah, I'm a baseball and basketball guy.
Yeah. Do you like the pitch clock or?
There we go.
I think it brought a little bit, like, the gameplay is so much faster.
Thank you, Heather.
I think it definitely, to draw in, like, to go to watch a baseball game anywhere before, freaking some people just died off so much unless you were a diehard, because it just was a long, drug out game.
Yeah. I used to be a huge Indians fan back in the day. When they had what I called the dream, welcome Willow, the dream team, Jim Thome and Rodriguez and all of that whole team that they had, Dave Justice. Well, I was driving to work one day when they decided to go insane and start trading off all their teammates to other teams. So they, of all people, they traded Dave Justice to the Yankees, right? And I'm driving to work and I hear something on the news about Dave Justice hit his first home run for the Yankees. I about wrecked my car. Like, what? And so I get to work and I get online and I start looking things up. And yeah, they had started trading people off. And I'm like, oh no, I was done.
Yep.
My parents, I was done.
I remember David Justice.
Yeah, he was good. Welcome, Melissa. Thank you for joining us today. How are you, dear?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for jumping up here with us today.
Thanks for keeping me company.
Absolutely. It's the least we can do.
My husband's been gone out of town at work all week, and so it's just been me and the doggo.
Hey, well, I'm glad we could help out with that. I'm glad we could help.
I wouldn't have it any other way. At least it's not boring
What kind of dog do you have?
Is that a Shar-Pei? No.
She is a pit blue tick hound.
Is she
Oh,
wearing
wow.
like a costume?
She is wearing a lion's head
Okay.
costume. Yeah.
Try to figure that out. There we go.
I was gonna ask her what was
I,
licking her. Is that a goat or something?
I just had to put down my best friend of 15 years at the end of March. I had her since she was 10 weeks old, and so
Man.
fortunately,
Oh my God.
I got this one a year and a half ago, so it made it a little bit easier, but it's not the same.
It's literally like losing a family member, in my opinion.
I've
Like,
had
just as
her
bad.
over. I had her half my life, man. Half my life, literally. I'll be 30, so half my life is a long time, especially with what I went through with my family.
Yeah. I wish they lived as long as like birds.
Dude,
You know?
me too, me too. When I was 18, I got a tattoo of her on my shoulder, and people were like, "Oh, did she pass away?" I said, "No, it's because she's got my back now and always will. So no matter what, she's got my back."
Aw.
Amen to that. Yeah, the end of my show yesterday, my son and wife walked in, and it's Melissa, French, Mandy, Willie, and Mikey. They walked in and handed me the ashes to Oscar, our dog that we lost in May, and I don't know why it took them so long, but they made a mistake. Maybe that's why. But they were supposed to take a print of his paw print and make this whole thing for us. Well, she forgot to do that before she cremated him, so we don't have that. So my wife got some kind of a necklace or something with his ashes in it, and yeah, they did that. And here is Oscar, everybody.
There he is.
I wanted to get her cremated, but I couldn't afford it, so unfortunately, I didn't get that. But
Small
before
dog, huh?
before I had to take her to the vet, I did. I do a lot of painting, so I dipped her paws in paint and took my own paw print.
Right. Yeah. We should have, but a lot of people in here know him. They got to listen to him at the end of his days with his coughing and all his stuff, and he was a cool little dude. He really was. We had him for 18 years, and that was a long time for his breed. He was a Pomeranian Chihuahua mix, and I never liked little dogs until we got him.
Really?
And yeah.
Sassy was a English pocket pit, and to everybody that hated pit bulls, like, "Oh, I hate pit bulls, they're evil," and everyone loved my dog. I was like, "Well, you love a pit bull." "No, I don't." I was like, "Yeah, you do. You think my dog's awesome."
I think a dog. I think a dog is just a reflection of its owner.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. I've met multiple people that have pit bulls that their dogs are big babies. They're very loving, protective dogs.
She was a service dog, so she opened doors, closed doors, pushed handicap door buttons, picked up dropped items, would carry things all around the store. I could tell her to go get this to grandma, and she'll go anywhere in the house. It doesn't matter if I was downstairs or there outside. It didn't matter. And my husband tried to trick her one day. It was so funny. He grabbed a piece of dog food out of her bowl, called her over, made her do a trick, handed it to her. She spit it out, walked around the corner to the bookshelf, grabbed her treat bag, came back around, dropped it at his feet, and said, "This is a real treat."
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
I found out that dogs are the only animals in this whole world that love their owners more than themselves.
Yeah, that's back.
Yeah.
Unconditionally. This is what's sad to me, because I've seen this happen. I had a friend that had a pit bull, and he made the dog mean. He would beat the dog, and I hated watching this happen, but he said it was how he had to train this dog to do the right thing. And
hell no.
I mean, he used a belt. Okay.
Wow.
Like I said, I had a friend. We're you know what I mean? So, and he started this when this dog was a puppy, and this dog was a very loving dog to the kids and everything when it was a puppy. And then as it got older, he was nervous that it was going to be too friendly and would let people in the door if they tried to break in his house and whatever, so on and so forth. And at that point, we lived in kind of like a ghetto-y area when we were younger. So he'd start beating his dog with a belt to train it. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You know, why are you doing? He was like, I have to do it like this and this and that and everything else. Karma is a bitch, folks. I promise you, because it is real too. So this dog, a beautiful dog too. He was, I think they're Brindle pits. It has that Brindle like design in the fur. Very, very beautiful dog.
Yeah, you got brindle, and then you have reverse brindle. There's two kinds of brindles.
Yeah. Very smart dog.
But I moved down to Georgia 2 years ago. At the end of August will be 2 years. And when I was up in Washington, I did my own little side 501c profit nonprofit rescue, and I did rehabilitation of bait dogs and dogs that were abused, starved, neglected. And some of my dogs went to Canada. Um, I actually got someone charged with animal cruelty, neglect, and abandonment, so he couldn't have animals anymore and couldn't live in the house with animals anymore. So
Good.
that was
Good.
my thing. That was my thing back in Washington State. And down here in Georgia, it's insane. The county that I live in, like, there's one thing to have no codes like on houses, like regulations and stuff, but in the county that I'm at, there's no regulations on how many animals you can have. And I swear to God, the strays are so bad, it might as well be like Mexico or Russia. It's that bad. And I'm fighting the county right now to deal with strays that are in my trailer park right now. And it's just I can't believe that there's not something or law regulated towards that. And I spoke to the sheriff's department yesterday, and I was just disgusted.
I thought they upped the law for animal cruelty, didn't they?
They have in a lot of places. A lot of places they haven't. It depends on where you're at. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, down here it's like think of no man's land. It's do whatever the hell you want, almost, basically.
Well, this guy I was talking about, he did that for probably a good 5 years. And then one day he went to do that. And this dog, he went to swing this stupid belt that he had, grabbed the belt out of his hand and grabbed his wrist and sat down and stared at him and held his wrist. I mean, you know how they lock down on that, grabbed his wrist. And I was like, it happened right in front of me too. And I was like, dude.
Well,
then he got mad and he tried to go a little bit further. I was like, listen, if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to call the police myself.
Right.
So on and so forth. Well, I left because I was done. We were kind of like our outs at that point. And I just couldn't watch something like that go on. And I came to find out later that the dog attacked him and ended up, being put down or whatever. But this is what I'm saying. I've seen people that have dogs like that because of what they do to the dog. That's how they.
Yeah, or the worst thing is they'll feed him gunpowder or something else worse, And I mean, I'm dealing with a dog that's a stray here that's severely aggressive, and it's teaching 2 or 3 other ones that are all strays. It's like, stray cat alley in my trailer park. And because the trailer park owner allows dogs, like, it's the law down here because he allows dogs, even though they aren't an owner, they don't have one. There's nothing that the code enforcement and dog catchers can do about it because that's the law down here. It's an actual law. And my husband got bit on Saturday by one of the dogs, and this dog has been hit in the head, and it doesn't die. It's like Terminator.
See, I can't watch it. Like I said, if I watch like a movie, I can watch like a sick movie like Saw or something like that. I can watch.
I mean, we're not one to do that, but you got to defend yourself. He's got a big chunk out of his calf,
Right.
Yeah, if there's like an animal or something that's like, harmed during the film, I'll shut it off. I can't.
Oh,
I can't watch Old Yeller. I can't watch that shit. No.
You know what I mean? I don't
know.
Right.
Sorry to get but yeah, that's something I don't. We're big cat people here too. I got so many cats right now. It's not even funny.
Hey, how's that cat doing? You took in that cat. Is it still doing good?
Oh yeah. There's
Stewie.
He's still out there. He's supposed to be going off to somebody else here soon. The other one that showed up, she's doing amazing. She's amazing. That cat, I'm going to show you guys one of these days. Her eyes, I've never seen anything like it. My Oliver, the original, he's doing amazing. The other one who had kittens, took those kittens off, and they're in the barn in the back. And I hope they're okay. We're afraid to go anywhere near them because I don't want her to do anything or move them again to where we don't know where they're at. So we'll see. But those, if the kittens survive and everything's good, there's people that are taking them. And then that one's leaving, the one that keeps getting pregnant, because every time we go to try to fix her, we didn't even want her. She just showed up one day.
That's how it normally happens.
That's kind of what we do, yeah, because we live out in like a farm country, and a lot of that stuff.
My mom ended up with her last cat that went up 5 flights of the fire escape stairs and jumped through the bathroom window. And my mom gets a call from my brother saying, "Mom, there's a cat in the bathroom." and she had him put it outside twice, and the cat jumped back in the window twice, and then we ended up with the cat.
Well, Dago, quick question: if the cat's in heat, can you still get it fixed?
No, not while they're in heat.
Okay.
And when it's right at the end of the cycle, it's a lot more money too.
Really?
A lot more money.
Shoot.
Right.
Yo, my cat looks at me like I'm lunch, and I can't take it anymore. And like,
Yeah.
you know,
See,
Yeah.
the one thing that I don't get down here, they have a stray cat program that is like the ultimate, like, think rescue paradise for like all the stray cats. They'll get them trapped, fixed, no issue whatsoever. But the dogs, they'll be overpopulating worse than bunny rabbits. And I'm like, why can't you do the same here? It makes no sense.
yeah,
No.
that's more expensive.
It doesn't.
But-
Sorry to get off topic, Doug. I was just asking about the
Yeah.
dog.
Anywho.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So what's going on with you guys today? Melissa, what's going on? I see you jumped up here. What can we do for you today, my dear?
I'm just curious about, you know, where you guys stand with the whole Idaho thing. I know that, you know, I don't know if you saw my comment about people are going to be asshats, and it's an unfortunate process. You know, haters going to hate,
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
everyone's entitled to their own opinions and stuff. But you know, there's a fine line between opinion and then just being a complete twat. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I mean,
For sure.
I believe in that everyone's entitled to their own, you know, thoughts and theories within reason, as long as it's not crazy too off the wall, you know, like, oh my God, Crocodile Dundee did it and whatever else, some crazy Roger Rabbit shit, you know. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like I'm still on the idea of speculation that it involved at least two people, not just BK. I don't know. That's just me, and that's what me and my husband think. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I mean, I spoke to last night, Dago, for like, I don't know, I think for maybe an hour he was on. Have you ever seen the guy, I think his name's Michigan Law something? He's an attorney.
I have not.
Okay, no, I haven't. That's new to me.
So I believe he's a defense attorney in Michigan. And he was on last night kind of taking questions. And I'll tell you what, I got answers to everything that I needed to. And I'm leaning even more towards something ain't right. I mean, something definitely not right.
Well, that's, you know, based on the investigative processes that, you know, the people that are here with me have done, you know, myself, Jules, you know, Sleuthy has looked into things. A lot of other people have. I mean, something's not right. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? It's not cut and dry. That's one thing I will say for sure. I don't care how many people say it is. It's not cut and dry. Brian Koberger did this, bing, bang, boom, and that's the end of it. No, it's not possible. It's not.
I do know one thing that's like questionable. I'm not saying or blaming like drugs were a factor, like they sold drugs or whatever, but there is one thing that's questionable is why isn't the toxology report, you know, in that packet? Why don't we know? You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why that's not in there, in my personal opinion.
How is that not important? If God forbid they were drugged or something.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm glad I'm not the only one that's questioning that, because I think there's a reason why it's not in there.
Yeah, no, I question everything.
Is that what you sent me, Melissa, in the email you had sent me? Something in regards to that?
I might have at one point, no, but the thing I sent you in the email was another case that deserves some acknowledgement. My friend in Spokane, Washington, that I've known since, you know, I was yay high from Grasshopper, Teeny Bopper. She was brutally murdered back and found in May of 2012. And here it is 10 plus years later. And it wasn't until a few years ago that her death was gone from undetermined to finally ruled a homicide. And they found DNA when she was found, and she was chopped into pieces and placed in bags. And I find it incredibly hard to find that it was ruled undetermined for so long. And the person's DNA, he's actually in jail right now for attacking another woman, but nothing's been charged. And it's now 10 plus years later.
Wow.
Well, hello, darling, the love of my life. My wife is in chat, everyone. Good to see you.
I just find it odd because I didn't know when they got his name. Like, I didn't know they got his name on December 19th. I thought they had his name before that. So,
I'm pretty sure they did beforehand, and I thought that was November. And I can't remember who I saw or I was watching about that, and it wasn't like Turkey or something along those lines. It was someone else that's in our circle. I can't remember who it was, but it was before that. It was like November or something.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember by the end of our chat, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I tried to get into my email yesterday with all this stuff going on. Somebody had sent me something about toxicology stuff. Whoever that is, if you're in here, could you please, will the real Slim Shady please stand up so I can figure out who it is and pull that up, because I'm very interested in what that was. Because again, nothing, no autopsy results, none of the toxicology stuff, and it is super important. It should be something that they definitely look at, because there's rumors, with all the rumors that are going around. That was one of the rumors, that Ethan was drugged. Whether that's true.
And what about the latent shoe print that was in front of Dylan's, door, and it came up with, that amino black acid, and that means that blood was involved and it was wiped up. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't just magically disappear.
Because they didn't find it the first time around.
Exactly, and you had to use something to bring it back up, and that showed that it was blood and wiped up. So I mean, like, hello, like somebody did something, and regardless of the killer, no one's gonna be like, oh, cool, I'm just gonna take a branch and cover up my tracks. It doesn't work that way.
Exactly, and that's why, again, if I took BK out of the equation, and nobody go crazy at me in chat, but if I took BK out of the equation and I had to guess what happened just from looking at everything, in my opinion, it originated inside the home. I'm not saying that Dylan or Bethany did it, but I think that, again, like you said,
there's something wrong.
You can't clean up a crime scene in 2 minutes, but you can in 8 hours.
8 hours, you sure can.
Do you think that obviously we know she wasn't frozen in shock? Like, do you think that they had not followed a script that they had to go by, but were forced to sit there through everything that was going on, and then were told, you have to call it this time only after this is done and this is done?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't. I mean, I don't know. And then her getting up 3 times, and Sleuthie brought up a good point. From the time frame that she opened that door, 2 or 3 times, she didn't open the door, go back, lay in bed, get up, open it. Right. She basically opened the door, looked out, closed it, and sat there and waited to hear more stuff, in my opinion. And then opened it again, and then yelled, "F you, calm down," or something.
Yeah,
I firmly believe that there was one person on each floor, and they were waiting for them. One person on each floor.
Well, remember, she's the bottom of the totem pole, I heard, in the sorority. So who is she? I don't feel like she would have the audacity to just scream at them, hey, keep it the F down, if she's not at that sorority level. So I don't think, again, just my opinion, I don't think she's yelled at anybody.
No, I agree. And the other thing you got to take into consideration is that house, it wasn't set up like a normal house. It was an addition add-on, and people would think what was closets wasn't closets, and what was rooms, and vice versa. So
yeah, and you would think that where her room was located, that she would have heard the person run up the steps. That was never in the.
You would think, and I mean, at that point, if quote unquote is said true and not persuaded to get out of her mouth, and that way of phrases, that she couldn't have been that screwed up, druggy wise or drunk wise or anything, at that point.
But that's me. But why did she get off scot-free? Why didn't he even try to go in her? I mean, if this was obviously if they're saying there's no connection, no motive, this was basically a random attack. I mean, they can say that one person was targeted, that's fine. But in my opinion, this was a random attack. They're saying, why wouldn't he do mass, obviously, casualty? He literally walked
at that
past
point,
her door.
it comes down to kind of what I feel like what Kim said, is to keep your mouth shut, and you said the wrong shit and you pissed off the wrong people, and this is a warning, big warning, don't go there or you're kind of next, kind of thing, in my opinion.
I guess, but I mean, I figured she would have said, hey, he threatened me, blah blah blah, and they would have put,
there's so many different variables, and that's the part that's messed up. I mean, I hope we find out some logistics to all this. I don't know if we'll find out if any at all, or some, but some, little breadcrumbs to fill in the blanks, to, logically fill in the rest would be nice, but I don't know if we'll even get that.
Well, no, I mean, you're putting him kind of at 2 places at once. If the murders were thought to be done between, but they say 4 and 4:25, but he's caught on camera at 4:20. I mean, and then you're putting Bethany at 2 different places at once. I don't know.
That's always.
There's one thing that have you guys seen the Greg Hughes video where he's showing BK driving around?
No.
Gray Hughes, yeah, I've seen it.
when me and my husband were watching that, we're like, okay, if whomever, BK or whoever is, doing this amount of loops and what have you, and how he had it set up in his video, then who in the hell's driving and committing the crimes unless, it was a complete distraction within itself and actually having two vehicles.
And they're turning around in the middle of the street like they're lost, but yet they've been there and cased out the place 11, 12 different times. That's what I
But
just
you see what I'm
find.
saying, Dago? Like, how can one person be driving around and doing those loops as much as he showed in his video, and then it going on at the same time, unless there's more than one Elantra vehicle, which could explain the sunroof and no sunroof.
Well, what nobody talked about on the camera, and I found very interesting, is how do we know that's not just a lost DoorDash driver? Because when they come to my house, and it's very, I kind of live like it's an address, but it's still like an apartment, like townhouse, and they always get lost. So they always go past it, turn around, come back.
Oh yeah, I get that. Like,
see what I mean?
825 Broad is like, the whole trailer park. And then you got your own lot numbers, and none of the lot numbers in my trailer park are numbered, so I totally understand that one.
Yeah, so I don't know. Nobody really talked about that though when they were looking at that footage. If it was, legit.
The other thing is how in the hell was everyone cleared so fast?
I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many different variables in this thing that's messed up. Like, regardless of whether LE did it right, didn't do it right. I mean, why wasn't EMTs there? There's so many things that can go why.
They weren't allowed. They weren't allowed to be there for whatever reason, which is
exactly. I mean, there's so many different things that wouldn't happen in any other, normal circumstance. You would think logically, but this one, there's so many variables in this thing that makes it like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, there's too much. Yeah, I mean, but again, what they're going to do is they're just going to put. I mean, it's like because if you take the evidence piece by piece, obviously you can break it down and with reasonable doubt. But what they're going to do is they're going to collectively put that together. But everything else aside of that, what they're doing with the gag order, with this, not giving over this, not showing them, it's all odd to me. It's not normal. But a lot of people think it is normal, and it's again.
Let me ask you this, you guys.
The lawyer, it's not.
What do you think of this whole conspiracy? Oh, the defense says the DNA was planted, and then the other fact of what is up with this 1112 King Road cam screenshot being released and possibly footage being released later, and supposedly from what I've seen with Melissa Jade, she said it's this Amber person. Does anyone remember the JLR video of when this Amber chick and her daughter that lived near the house were pissed off at JLR because she was, she said that he was accusing her husband of having something to do with the murders. Do you think that's the same Amber that has to do with that freaking leak footage?
It could be.
It's the only Amber I can come up with that's logically near there.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I saw the footage, every time I saw the screenshot, I never paid 1 ounce of attention to it. Not one. Because to me,
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, to me, like putting all that time and effort into doing that, not being 100% sure if it's even legit, you could be putting towards researching other stuff, understanding the DNA.
I wasn't talking about paying attention to the footage itself.
No,
it's just the fact that the Amber person coming up. That's all.
Well, I mean, I don't really know anything about that. I was just saying I don't know about that because I just try to stay away from like that footage and whatever's leaked and stuff. Dago, what were you gonna say?
Hi, Jules.
Jules, sorry, Jules, I had to. She says, "Oh, whoa, Willie's cute. Sorry, not sorry. That's the first image I saw and then clicked on it. LA."
Well, that's my image on here. I never figured out how to change my avatar.
Yeah,
but somebody said I look like Enon, and that was pretty disrespectful. Like I think I eat a little more,
I can see I think it's the olive skin in the eyes and stuff like that, dude. I got a little color, Yeah.
Anyway.
But anyway, what's up, Jules? Good to have you here, dear, by the way.
Thank you, Jules.
Me and CJ spent 3 days on that stupid footage. Okay. And I don't want to say, because I said it last night on his stream and it was wrong form of words. I don't want to say it was a waste of time. Okay. But it's something that has to be handled with kid gloves at this point, because it is so controversial, as we've all seen over the past 2 weeks. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And, I think that there's a lot of reaching, and I'm not like saying this to downgrade anyone that has their theories on this stuff by any means, guys. You know that I respect everybody's theories, thoughts, and opinions on anything. I really do. like I said, we spent days. I mean, Jesus, me and Mikey were in here on Discord looking at it. Me and CJ, it was probably what, 3 full solid days. I was up till 3 a.m. doing this stuff with Mikey, with CJ, with different people, and like I just can't pull anything out of it that relates to this to me. You know, and it very possibly could. I could be wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being wrong. I really am. But I just cannot put it in with anything that goes with this crime. And if I'm wrong, then damn, I'm wrong. That's okay. You know, it's not a big deal to me.
The way I see it is you can't really know whether or not it's true or not. I don't know if you saw the live with Melissa Jade, but
Yep.
Crime Sleuthin sent her an email that she actually talked to the owner of Linda Lane, and the guy's name is Kane, and he flat out said that he was conned out of the footage, and he gave someone access to the portal, and they took it out of malice, and that's how it got leaked. And
That's what our entire show was about yesterday that turned bad.
yeah.
So yeah, we talked about all of that, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? At this point,
I mean, it's no different than someone trying to catfish someone and saying, they're Xana's grandma and they're not. It's no matter what it is, if they can get their, crime or make money off of it, like Zap Girl, whatever, it's unfortunate that the race has come down to that. And, it's just a disgusting thing, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Here my thoughts on that, and that's all I'm saying about it really.
Yeah.
Is I'm hands off with that. If I look at it, I'll look at it by myself or with my mods or something like that, and I'll look at what I'm looking at, and if I find something, then we'll talk about it that I think is relatable, and if it's verifiable and we can clarify things on it, sure. Other than that, I'm hands off. I don't want nothing to do with it, and that's me.
Oh, I agree. It causes too much controversy too.
It does. Of course I'm going to look at things when they come out. That's what we do.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and say what's real, what's not, what's fake, what's not. I'm not doing that because I don't know. We don't know. None of us know the truth behind anything. And obviously we're not going to get it. So I've just, at this point, I'm good.
And that's why, like I said, I've always been at the point where I don't care. So again,
I hope that we could find out some things, but at this point, it's questionable whether we will or won't. Not just because the gag order. I mean, this case is so sketch; it's not even funny. And I said this from the get-go, right after it happened.
I'm still somebody that very truly and highly believes at it or in. If we're looking at this right here, okay, there's something going on over there that we should be looking at. And I think a lot of people do that whole smoke and mirrors.
Yep. Distraction. Exactly.
And I don't like to fall into that loop. You know what I mean? I would rather just focus on the things, the facts that we can focus on. If we don't get anything, we don't get anything. We can't control that. You know what I'm saying? We can't control that at all. So at that point, but when things get put out and there's no way to verify it, no way to find the truth behind it, at this point, it's not worth the heartache or the struggle that goes behind it, the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean it's
you
crazy.
Can't get back time, man. That's the one thing you can't get back.
That's it. So
I'm
like
not
I said,
time into something like that.
I if something new comes out today, I'm gonna look at it. Of course, I'm gonna look at it. That's what I do. But if I don't see anything that relates, and if I don't feel like this is something that I am comfortable with, I guess you could say, you're not going to know that I looked at it. I'm not going to bring it out to you guys because it's a waste of your time. You're not here for circus acts. You're here for what the best I can give you as the truth. And that's it. And that's all I'm doing. Okay.
And just kind of like we are right now, even just talking about it. So, we shouldn't even,
well, no, it is something we can talk about. I get what you're saying, bro. I agree with you on that. It's not that it's a waste of time for that. Welcome, by the way, Nikki, or Glowbug. I'm sorry.
Because if the person comes out and they say who it is that leaked it, then what happens? You know what I mean? Like, it just spirals. So
it just turns into another can of worms, really.
It's just something else that we have to put our time into. You know what I mean? Completely.
So, Dago, where does the court stand with prosecution and defense with the stays and all that stuff? Like, my dog shattered my phone a couple of days ago, so I need a little quick recap if you could.
As far as say that again, I didn't hear you clearly. It broke up.
The court stays. You know how the prosecution was fighting back on the stays.
Yeah.
If I could get a quick recap, because my dog shattered my phone and I just found my spare yesterday, so I need a quick little recap.
We let's see here. I think those are all up again. They were yesterday at least. The documents. I don't know. Let me see here.
One of those missing ones.
Doesn't he only have like 2 more days for his alibi or something too, as well?
26, right, or something?
24th. Yeah, he has to put that.
I don't think he's going to give one. I wouldn't.
I don't think so either.
How's he going to prove it?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I can't say I don't think it's going to happen, but you guys are probably closer to the truth than me saying I don't think it's that I think it will happen because of the way that things have gone already. I mean, there's a strategy that they have, okay? And they're, the whole standing and silence thing and this and that and everything else. She knows what she's doing over there. That's one thing I know for a fact.
Oh, I agree. They do things for a reason.
Because they can push it back up until like an hour before or something. I heard that. Is that true?
That's what I understand too. Yeah, that's what I understand.
I look at it as the same way of playing poker.
Yeah.
There is a hearing set for August 2nd at 1 p.m. in front of John Judge. And that is
it has to do with the Facebook stuff, doesn't it?
It's the evidentiary items, yes. I do believe the Instagram and all that other stuff like that. I do believe. Don't quote me if I'm wrong. My apologies. But let me see here. The motion, these are all back. They were gone yesterday, but they're all back now, which is weird, but that's okay. There's a temporary order as of the 14th that was put out, the paperwork, I should say, for sealing stipulation in order to re-return for the re-return of evidentiary items. The 17th, there was a motion for scheduling order put out. The 17th, there was also the motion to reconsider order staying time for the speedy trial. That's it. As far as we know now, nothing has gone through yet. So I'm sure as soon as it drops, we will see it. I hope. Let's see. Jules says that they were gone again this morning, but it came back around 11:30. I wonder what they're doing, Jules. I wonder if they're going in, if they're like changing up the paperwork. You know what I mean? It's the only thing I can think of is if they're going in to fix things in it, because Crime Sleuth, she found some mistakes that were in there. So maybe they're going in and they're adjusting and fixing the mistakes that were in the paperwork. Yeah. That's all I can think of. That makes sense. I don't know.
Oh, man.
There's nothing else new that has been put down in there yet, as of yet. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I am curious to see what happens with this, though. I really am. There was talk yesterday that there was some kind of a private hearing going on. I have not seen or heard anything about that before anybody asks. I'm sure there was probably more redactions done in the paperwork, too. I looked at it a little bit this morning. I don't see anything any different that I can't, unless I just didn't notice it. So I do not know.
So Dago, I got a question for you. So you've been in true crime a while, right? Now, like a serial killer. Now, are they what percentage of the time does their mind? I don't know. I don't know what happens to the brain, but is it usually at a younger age, middle age? Does something happen? Like, does it stem from like childhood or an event that happens in their life?
As far as becoming a serial killer?
Yeah, just having the characteristics and
on a psychological background with that, bro. I can't give you a clear answer. Okay. My wife got 2 degrees in psychology. She went back to college as an adult, and I helped her with it. And we looked into a lot of her classes and stuff. I helped her with a lot of them, and it could be something they're born with. Mm-hmm. It could be something that they grew into, for lack of better terms. You know what I mean? It could be anytime, anything. There has been. I've read some stuff on serial killers and how they become who they are.
Gotcha.
There's really no clear-cut answer on it. There's triggers. There's things that, in some cases, they've shown where these people have horrible, horrible childhoods, and as they become adults, there's things that happen in their lives as an adult that triggers them to have these flashbacks that bring out this whatever you want to call it, that bring them to this thing. Now there's studies that have been done on the human brain that I've read into that state that brain trauma can cause these things. That there was one, God, I can't remember his name. I can't remember the name, but this guy had a brain tumor. Okay, I'm not saying this goes for everybody, because not everybody in the world is going to have brain tumors, but this guy had a brain tumor up inside his brain. I can't think of the part of the brain exactly. It's a long time ago I read this, but
the pituitary gland.
It might. No, it wasn't there. It was some other part. But the person started having these. The guy, it was a man, started having these feelings of like angst and like weird thoughts about doing certain things that he to other people, and what it would be like. From what I understand, I don't want to get too vulgar in here, but
I can't remember what that part of the brain's called, but I know what you're talking about. When I hear stuff like that, it just makes me think of House.
Mandy Joe, that's it. Not Mandy Joe, Word Sleuth, the hypothalamus, that was it.
Yes, that's it.
It was pushing on something in that part of the brain that was causing these weird feelings and thoughts. The guy had thought about, he woke up one night and was staring at his wife and thought about what it would be like to strangle her, and then was like looking at his arm one day, and he had a knife in his hand. He was like, I wonder what it would feel like, and he pushed the knife into his skin because he wanted to see what it felt like to shove a knife into flesh. I was like, whoa, okay.
Oh, hell no.
So it's better. So the guy goes in and he has brain surgery, right? And recovers from all that, and it was all gone. So all of it, it was all gone. None of the feeling was there. None of that weird stuff was there. All of it. And it's like, it makes you wonder, that's what the study was on too, is if it was something that affected the brain of people, are born and they have these things that cause this to happen as they get older or whatever.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and the reason I asked, because I saw and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is it BTK or BTK? Was that the guy?
Yeah, the one that Brian Kohlberger studied.
Yes. So
that's BTK. Yeah.
I watched some, I believe it was either an interview or something where his daughter had sat down and, she was talking about like his childhood, and, I guess it was disturbing. And then, you hear another one that their childhood was disturbing. So I didn't know if like what percentage was from a normal childhood compared to a, traumatized childhood, or doing, hurting animals or doing those,
a
kinds of
person
things.
to look up that could kind of like, answer an aspect of that. Look up on your own time the guy named Bob Bordello. Bob Bordello.
Okay.
Okay.
I had, most of you guys might be able to see it. You can see this scar here.
Oh, yeah.
I had back in 2000, I had brain surgery for something called an ABM. Okay. And I had a resection done. And an ABM is something that I was born with it. You're born with it. It starts off at like the size of a pea in your brain. And as you get older and you grow, it grows and grows and grows. Well, I was doing a body removal one day with the fire department, and I bent down to pick the cot up to lift the thing, and I had this real sharp pain right here. Like somebody was stabbing me with an ice pick. It was making my eye all blurry and stuff. It was weird. That's what started it. Okay. And then I started to have like these really crazy like reactions to just whatever. I was sitting at work drinking coffee, right? And I was talking to somebody, I had my leg crossed and all that, sitting at my desk, and I was doing this, and I swing, there goes my coffee cup. I just flung it like this. It was a very weird reaction. I was talking to people one day and doing this and doing that, and we were having a full blown conversation about something. I started talking like this, and I couldn't control it. Not
Oh
that that's
man.
funny, but and it like that started happening, and then I was walking through a grocery store, and my right leg just gave completely out, and I fell over. Like there was nothing there. All the nerve, everything was done. And I'm like, at that point, I was like, what the hell's going on? Okay. So I went for 6 months between my doctor, the emergency room, all sorts of things like that. Okay. And um, I kept saying, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. Well, I had hurt my back at some point, and I told them, the that I needed something looked at inside my head. We know our bodies better than anybody does, period. We know our own
I
bodies.
agree.
That's it. Something's wrong, so on and so forth. Well, for 6 months, my doctor and the emergency room doctors were telling me it was psychosomatic. It was not real. This stuff was
Oh,
all
so somatoform disorder.
well, that's what they were trying to say.
Yep,
Okay.
I had the same issue.
Well, it wasn't that. Okay. Um, 1 second here. I have seen the Rex Horman, the Gilgoba Beach thing, and I think that the Idaho 4 case is bigger. I'm sorry, I didn't get to answer you. My opinion, at least. So I kind of pulled a little snafu thing, and I was supposed to have my back MRI, and I had to cancel it because I had to work. And they would not give me an MRI for my head. They did CAT scans with the ink that they put in. They did all this other stuff, and anybody that's trying to call me right now, I'm live. I can't take a phone call right now, guys. Whoever that is, it's the same number calling. If it's somebody in here, so I called the place that was supposed to do the MRI on my back. It was my first wife. It was her idea, and I told them that I needed an MRI done, and they were like, "Oh, okay, this and that and everything else. We can schedule you tomorrow at this time, so on and so forth." What was it supposed to be for? I said my head. Well, they did it. Okay. Later that day, my doctor called me probably within 6 hours of having the MRI done. And he was like, I need you to come in tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning, please, if you would, blah, blah, blah. So, and so, okay. And I kind of knew right there. And I go in, and he has these films up on this big, the light boxes they put the x-rays and stuff on to show you. And I'm looking at it as I walked in. He came in after me, and he's like, how we doing, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I'm like, oh, it is what it is. And he's like, so you had your MRI yesterday? I said, yeah. He didn't even ask me how that happened, which surprised me. That's the first thing I thought was going to happen. And it said, he goes, yeah, I'm going to be sending you to, he didn't even tell me anything at first. He goes, there's an abnormality. We're going to be sending you to a specialist, neurosurgeon, such and such a doctor, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, can you tell me why? He goes, I really can't. Well, why? He goes, because I don't understand it. Okay. That's good to know. Needless to say, that doctor wasn't my doctor much longer after that. But so I go to the other doctor. He throws it up on a thing. He says, it's called an ABM. Bing, bang, boom. Like it's nothing. I've seen these before. It's not a big deal. So on and so forth. Okay, Mikey. And he goes, believe me, it's more normal, or not normal, but common than you would think it would be. A lot of people have them, and they live with them and not even knowing. Well, what it can do is arterial ventricular malformation. That's right, Doc. It kind of like how the veins and arteries grow straight through our body. Okay. What this did with me was it grows into like a ball of spaghetti, kind of like that is what it looked like on the film. So therefore, what's going on is that the blood flow is not going through like it's supposed to. Okay. And like I said, he said it's very common with a lot of people. And I was like, wow.
I've never even heard of that.
I hadn't either at that point. Doc Terry's knew exactly what it is. She's saying it right there. And a lot of people don't even know what that is. Where'd it go, Doc?
You ever heard of acromegaly?
Yes, I have.
My ex had that.
Okay.
And there's only 3 surgeons that he could have gone in the western half of the states, from Washington State, Oregon, and I think it was Utah or California, that he could have gone, and he would have had to have surgery on that. and he
Okay.
got acromegaly at he's finally diagnosed at 38, and he kept growing. 35, he went from a size like 13 up to size 17 shoe, and almost 7 foot tall. And yeah, but that,
Well,
I guess that's a whole nother brain thing. And
yeah. So mine was Doc says it was probably slow bleed. It's very often lethal problem when they leave. Yeah. Well, and here's what it was. Mine wasn't like, it was just a tiny, tiny like pinhole, and there was a little bit of blood coming here and there. And it was causing, because it was pushing on that part of my brain, it was causing all these weird things to happen as it was. And so I went to them, seen the specialist. They sent me in turn. He's like, I can handle this if you want. He was a local neurosurgeon. Well, and I was like, out of Youngstown, Ohio, and I'm thinking, nah, I'm good, bro. Like, can you like send me somewhere a little bit better? So he was like, absolutely. He sent me to Cleveland Clinic with this amazing doctor. Welcome, Hoffy Master. And I was in the hospital for 5 days total. They went in the day before. It was December 31st, and they put a little tiny piece of glue. They go up through the carotid artery or the groin area. I'm thinking I'm off with it. I know I am, and they take this little thing up there. They put a little piece of glue in there in that area. They're going to do the resection or the surgery to keep you from bleeding out on the table, because there's a lot of blood involved. So, and there's pressure on it already. So if they cut it, it could just blow and rupture. And at any time, it could have ruptured like an aneurysm before that, and I'd have just dropped. So at that point, they went in, did that little pre-surgery the day before. The next day I went in. They did some radiation on that area to help like bring it down size-wise a little bit. Not a lot, just enough for one day, and my hair still fell out back there. And they took it out, clamped everything back together with titanium little clips. They cut this whole piece of my skull out, which is still, you can tell where it was. Looks like I got a horseshoe on the back of my head now. That was in 2000, so 23 years ago. Put the little clips on they cut it out. Okay, like I said, it looks like a ball of spaghetti. They cut it out, clip those arteries back together with those little titanium clips, and your skin your tissue grows over them. They become part of your body. And then they put little screws and stuff and plates in my head to put my skull back together, because that's how they had to do it. And that's that. And that was 23 years ago, like I said, and it doesn't grow back from what I understand. So I would feel like I was lucky to be able to figure that out. Do you know what I mean? Because I could have at any point
that could have been really bad.
or drop. And I was so angry with the emergency room doctor, because they kept saying, oh, you're crazy, you're this, you're that, you're that. Okay, so I took the films to that doctor one day after it was all said and done. I healed up, which took a good 6 months, and I walked in there with the films, and I said, is Dr. Nemi here? Oh, he's in the back, this and that and everything else. And I'm like, cool, but he can't go. And I walked right past him and walked right into the emergency room, and he was standing at the desk, and I threw that down on the counter. I said, hey, do you remember me? He was like, yeah. And he looked at me like he was irritated at first. I said, well, I just wanted to say thank you for the diagnosis of the psychosomatic thing when I was coming in here for 6 months and all that. Oh, well, yeah. Did you get that handled? And this, I said, yeah. And I flipped it open. I said, there's your psychosomatic. I said, I had an ABM that could have burst at any time, and so on and so forth. I said, so you have a nice life, sir. Good luck with your license.
Wow.
The way. And I walked out of the building, and he just stood there.
Yeah, I didn't have something with my brain, but I was hit by a car as a pedestrian on the sidewalk when I was 17, and I walked on a fractured ankle for 4.5 years and did 2 rounds of physical therapy twice a week for 24 weeks because my ankle would roll, and I had 9 bone fragments floating around in my ankle joint and never showed up on the 10 x-rays either. And after going through PT twice, they finally sent me to a specialist who, insurance finally said, okay, now we'll do an MRI. Showed my ligaments and tendons were overextended. I face plant on level ground, uneven ground, up the stairs, downstairs, you name it. And The MRI showed my ligaments and tendons were overextended. And they're like, well, we'll go in, we'll cut them, we'll shorten them, we'll reattach them. And when they cut me open, they said, no wonder that's why you hurt, and found the 9 bone fragments floating around in there. I said, yeah, so it's not somatoform disorder where you think you feel pain and you really actually don't anymore, is it, you guys? You know?
Right. Yeah, Doc, that's what it was. They did the angiogram via the femoral artery. Thank you. I couldn't think of what it was.
Wow.
Yeah, so I didn't walk for 6 months after that either. So
that's crazy.
Yep. No, I got 18 staple marks and 2 4-inch scars. It was the anterior talofibular ligament, and they shortened some of my Achilles. That was a fun one.
Right. Right.
And I'm still fighting for my knee, you know. And here, you know, I am almost 30, and you know that I was 17, and I got patellofemoral syndrome. My kneecap and my bone and my cartilage are all rubbing together, and then I got a torn meniscus, but it's not bad enough yet.
Right.
So can you walk okay, or?
Oh yeah, I walk okay, but I can tell when it's going to rain like a week in advance, and my knee will swell bigger than a basketball. And
that's
you know,
yeah.
And imagine the brightest red you can, like a gas can or a farmhouse barn, and how red that is. When my knee swells up, it's about like I got sunburned that bad, and I can't walk for about a week until it fucking goes down. Sometimes it's that bad, but yeah, the way I see it is I should theoretically be having a knee replacement in middle to late 30s if I'm lucky, if they don't make me wait till early 40s.
Right. Yeah. I got those problems too with my back and all that. That's exactly it, Doc. That's how I feel. And the moral of that story, guys, was we all know our own bodies, okay?
Oh yeah, but you know, they won't listen to you.
You don't think that what you're getting from your doctor is right. Don't second guess yourself. Do what you got to do to make that happen. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate it.
I went to the emergency room. I went to different doctors. I went to 3 different physicians, saw 2 different orthos, and the only treatment that I got was, you're too young to have these problems. You just want pills. And I said, dude, each time I tell you I don't want drugs, just fix it, because it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it's not, you know, it's not right. And I'm like, I care less about any of that shit. But if you got hit by a car and they hit your left side and you spun and faced the car, you'd be fucked up too.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But, it does happen. Yeah. That's a fact right there, Phantasmic. You have to be your own advocate because, again, doctors, they don't even know half. No offense, Doc. I'm not talking about all doctors. Where I'm at, our medical facilities here are horrifying. That's why I went to Cleveland Clinic, which was the top-rated place in the world at that point for brain surgery. And, you know, I mean, hell, the Prince of Egypt was there when I was there. Okay, they had armed guards on the same floor I was on doing that because he was having something done. So that'll tell you how high-rated Cleveland Clinic was at that point for that stuff. And they used me as a, which was good for me because that bill was not cheap. My insurance was a joke at the time. Medical Mutual of Ohio was the name of the insurance. And it was just, you know, I paid out the behind for it, but it still was a joke. And my job, they tried to cancel my insurance the day before my surgery.
What?
Oh, yeah, don't even get me started on that. That'll take us a whole other show. But anyway, I worked through that, and the clinic, the bill was like $179,000 for the surgeries and the doctors and all that stuff. And that all got brought down to $75,000 because they used me. It's a teaching hospital. And they allowed other doctors to watch the surgery and be involved in my case. I had like 7 doctors.
Well, you're like a residency intern kind of case.
I was like a guinea pig, basically. They were showing, right, kind of like that. And I'm still a little irritated with that whole thing because you guys see this gigantic scar that I have.
Okay. I had the same thing too because I got severe nerve damage because I got fibromyalgia, and then I got severe frostbite where they almost cut off my index and middle finger of my right hand, and I'm actually missing half my fingertips on my right hand. So thankfully, you know, moving down to almost Florida, you know, it's not as bad because I can't be in the cold no more, but it's hell, man.
Yeah. Well, the thing that bugged me about this whole thing was that there was a guy in the bed next to me doing the same sort of surgery, exactly, in ICU afterwards. Okay, and he had a tiny little scar right here. Now, I asked my doctor about that, and they used different types of ways that they did it, but they said that because the way mine was positioned, they had to go in through like this way. The way his was, they could go up through here and do it. So I get it. I don't care about the scar at this point. I'm glad that I survived. There was a 20% chance, or I'm sorry. I think there was a huge chance that I could have bled out on the table, things like this, all that. There's a lot of chances you take with that. So I'm just grateful for everything at this point. So
Oh yeah, man. I'm glad you're
um,
still here.
right, and I appreciate that. Sleuthy says, I'm just saying, I know this from experience. Providers will be much nicer to you if their scribe likes you and you're not an a-hole. And you know what? It's funny you said that. Um, it was my insurance company was going to drop me due to something that my job said. Well, it was a misprint because I had to take time off of work for that, obviously. Okay. And when I did it, the job put down something because I had that AFLAC stuff for long term and short term disability stuff. And I took advantage of that. Well, you have to take so much time off to do something. Well, I didn't know how much time I was going to have off for having brain surgery. So I took a 6-month leave. Okay. Well, they don't allow a certain amount of time to be off at that point, so on and so forth. It was a whole misconstruity of things. That's why the insurance tried to drop me. It was fixed very nicely, like she's saying with this. My wife, as much of a creature as she was at the time, the first wife, contacted them, explained the whole situation, and they fixed everything within 24 hours. So that is true 100%, Sleuthy, as far as I'm concerned. If you contact people and you're screaming at them and you're telling them that they're not going to have a job tomorrow and you hate this and that and blah, 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 it's probably not going to work in your benefit. So
Exactly.
thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. And Sleuthy asked me another question up here somewhere. Oh, yeah. No. I didn't mean that. That's what I was saying, Doc. Not all doctors are what they're cut out to be, and they're definitely not as good as they used to be. But there's a lot that still are, guys.
Yeah. And I apologize. His name is your name is Mike, right, my man?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem, hon. Thank you for jumping up here with us.
What's your opinion on this? I don't think I've ever heard your opinion on the case and what you think.
I'll be right back, Mikey. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, shit. It depends on which way you want to go.
I mean, just your overall opinion on, everything going on. Like,
I don't know. It's either, I mean, obviously this wasn't done by, I personally think, the person that they have alone at one, and two, for something like that to go on. I mean, it definitely had to be planned out. The caliber of, what they did is, it's just, I don't know. I guess there's two different ways that I can go, and one way I really don't want to speak on because of, it's just, let's see.
yeah, see what I mean. Like I said, and I always say, I don't give a shit whether he did it or not. I'm just looking at, again, just overall aspect of it all, but then also looking at what they're providing, what they're still holding to their chest, and just and I don't know. I just find it all a little fishy. And after talking to the lawyer last night, he confirmed my suspicions. His biggest problem, because that was a question I asked him, what I think he believes is the biggest thing that can be attacked is the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
The timeline to him was the biggest issue, and it is to a lot of people, and I don't really blame them.
I agree,
especially without a trace. And that's it's one thing to go in there and do it in that time frame, but without a trace and leaving a trace is.
Thank you, Doc.
Again, that's like Dexter-like, but he drove his car and brought his phone, so is he not too smart? So was he smart enough to wrap his car that well? You know what I mean? Like, you can't have one or the other.
That's the hardest thing to take, in my opinion. Go ahead, guys.
He seems a little too calculated for me to, to have kind of, made some of those little slip ups like that. And I just think, that they're just happening to, kind of going off, random things to, try to pin him to that. It almost, for me, it's either it was done for jealousy by, people of their age, or it was something to do with, power and money that's in that town that made that happen.
Yeah, like I said, I don't. Obviously, it's all speculation, but I take a big like I take into consideration that what happened to after that happened to Brent Kopacka.
Mm-hmm.
His phone, like I said, being wiped like that. I mean, I kind of trusted Ellie a little bit over there, but after hearing that, it just shows me that anything could happen. So it's not far fetched if people say that, because everybody has their opinion. It's just I didn't want to lean towards that whole, they did this, they did that, but
yeah, I completely agree.
I don't know how to look at that and not feel some type of way. I mean, listen, dude, there was no bullet holes.
Yeah,
that means,
it's
and they
insane.
said he discharged his weapon.
Yeah. It doesn't make that whole situation over there doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
So again, I don't think Brent was involved at all. I never said that ever, one time, but I find that part very, very odd.
It's kind of like how the phone was wiped. It appears that there's a lot of other things that were wiped to be taken out of it's just things on him that have kind of disappeared that you can't find, or there's not a lot of back history that you can really trace. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense with some of it too. Just his age and being where he was, and
yeah,
and then you got the other fellow there that was that said that he didn't even own a car. His friend, but people are saying, oh, he had this truck and this and that. So it's what really matches up to what.
Yeah. Well,
but,
yeah, I'm just curious to see how this all plays out in the next few weeks,
Yeah, I think some of this has gotten almost so confusing to the point to where if you don't, if you almost don't put together, almost like pathways with some of this stuff, it's just there's so many different puzzle pieces that nothing makes sense to nothing unless it's properly broken down and put together in different ways of possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like something was stumbled across that was, we'll just say, that was of a bigger power that, could have possibly been exposed, that somebody found out that they didn't want exposed because, that place is so small. There are a lot of hands of, large people in everything.
Mm. Yeah.
There's a lot of the research that, we've gone through and stuff. It's eye opening, but it hasn't been brought out. So, you definitely don't want to be the first person to bring it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
Well, fellas, listen, I just got a text. I'm about to be an uncle. So
congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Right now. So I gotta take off here, and I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
But I gotta go, man.
Absolutely, brother. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much.
Thanks, man. You guys have a good day. I'll see you guys later.
We'll talk to you soon.
See you, chat.
By the way, guys, the link is pinned in chat. Anybody that wants to jump up here, you're welcome to. It's what it's all about today. Let's hear what you have to say, guys. It's all about you guys today. Anybody at all, you're welcome to jump up here, speak your mind. Uncle Willie, that's right. And your opinion, your thought, your theories, any of it, guys. Come on down. Please do. Andy Joe, you're a mess. It was pinned. I pinned it earlier. What is pinned up here now? Hold on a minute. Oh, geez.
It disappeared.
I'm telling you right now. Let's try this again. Bing, bang, boom. Okay. I must have hit something next to it. when I pinned it, and it didn't pin like it was supposed to. Now let's do this again. Sit still. Don't move. All right, now it's pinned. For sure. Come on up, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to hear your guys' thoughts, theories, opinions, feelings. And there he is. Always love hearing from this guy. What is
How
up?
is it going?
Eddie Spaghetti.
What's up, buddy?
Well, you all have my word that I won't bring up that other topic that starts with the letter L. I won't even say its name. We have given way too much time and attention to that.
Yes, sir.
It is meant to distract us, and I think it has distracted us for over a week.
Okay.
You put that together with the fact that Coffindoffer has been making her rounds on the YouTube. So
welcome, Christina.
I think, they're trying to distract us from talking about the possibility of Brian being innocent.
Okay.
Now, I do want to talk more about Brent
Hello,
Kopacka.
everybody.
Well, hello. Hold on 1 second, hon. Let him finish talking, and then you can jump up there and talk, okay? Thank you, though. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, I can come on later.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Brent Kopacka, we need to talk about. There's many more questions now that we didn't have until after the interview with Darren. Have you seen the interview with Melissa J?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't aware of a lot of those things.
Right.
Now, everyone can, take a breath. You don't have to hold your breath. I'm not talking about, speaking about Brent Kopacka as if he has a connection to the Idaho 4. That's not what I'm talking about. But his circumstance is very, there's a lot there that we need to talk about because, there was blood on his DD-214. And if anyone doesn't realize what that is, that's like the discharge paper that you get after your term of service with the military. That's like your resume.
Right.
Mine is here. I haven't seen it since I ETS. It's just there. It's locked away. You don't carry it in your hand. It's almost like he went to a job interview. He had this paper in his hand. You're not going to carry that paper around in your house. So if it's got blood on it, it was in his hand when he got shot. It was almost like he was lured over there for some purpose. Like, you bring this document with you. We need to know who you are. These types of thoughts kind of go through my mind. There's suspicion just surrounding that DD-214, and his apartment was unfurnished.
Yeah.
Now, I think Darren is just an awesome guy. He's very likable and is, and I believe that he believes what he's talking about. And I'm not here to challenge him, and I don't want to go there with that. So, but part of what Darren is saying is that Brent did not have any connection to the Idaho 4. But how can you know that? I mean, he's in another state, and he's talking to Brent Kopacka like all the time, like every day or almost every day.
Yeah.
But, in the day and age of social media, what does that mean? I mean, are you texting? Are you just like sending like a funny meme?
Right.
Those are meaningless ways to stay in touch. And it's not like talking on a telephone where, it's like, how was your day? Daigle, what is new with you? Well, I'm moving.
Yeah.
No kidding. Well, tell me about that. Well, I'm happy to get out of this, hole that I've been in, and I'm moving in with these 2 roommates. Oh, that's awesome. Is that like in the same town or same state? What's the circumstance about that? How did that come about? I mean, these types of conversations you would have, but you wouldn't have a buddy that you're really close to and not know like all of these details. Right? Like, hey, Dago, about that apartment that you've been in for several months, do you have a bed in that apartment yet? Or are you still just laying on your pile of clothes?
Yeah, right, right.
You mentioned that last time. There's no closet for you to hold on to hang all your clothes. So you just lay, since you don't have a bed, you just lay all your clothes down on the floor and lay on that, so you need any help with that? You need, some money. You would have these types of conversations.
Sure, absolutely.
And you wouldn't know that he didn't have a connection to the Idaho 4 unless you were his alibi, number one, or maybe if you yourself was guilty of being involved with the Idaho 4.
What are the odds?
I don't think.
I agree with you.
Say again?
I agree with you. What are the odds that he would tell him that anyway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you wouldn't say that to your best friend if you did have an involvement.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just kind of speaking funny in a way. I don't think that Darren has involvement, but my meaning there is you wouldn't know if Brent did or did not have an involvement unless you did the crime yourself. Then you could say, and unequivocally that he didn't have any connection to it.
Yeah, right. I can see what you're saying.
Joking aside, you are not allowed to think that Brent Kopacka has a connection to the Idaho 4. That's taboo. That topic is off limits. He's a Army guy, right?
Yes.
And he's a Purple Heart survivor and all this. Sir. And that's like the tactic, the manipulation that you're going to get. Like, it's a pushback. It takes the topic off the table. But here's the thing. People who have nothing to hide nothing. If I was Darren, I would say, you guys, I want you talking about this. Here we have a guy, and all those questions that were asked, and I'm not like trying to toot my own horn, but a lot of those came from me. I put that on the community page of Melissa J. This Brent is like a super nice guy. He's religious. He's not violent. He handles weapons with a lot of care. He doesn't bully people. He's the sissy, right? He's not a meathead. He doesn't argue. He doesn't like to argue. So here you have him like threatening the lives of his roommates. And that doesn't add up. And then the roommates are released from the room. And then he gets killed. And so Darren, when he, Dago and everybody that's here with us today, you guys are not allowed to suppose that Brent Kopacka has anything to do with the Idaho 4. You can't suppose that. But here, the thing is Darren supposes it. And what I mean by that, and follow along. So Darren says that the SWAT team was there. And then in their minds, they thought that, hey, this is the guy, because we're only like 20 minutes away or 10 miles away and only a month since the Idaho. This is the guy that did that. So then they kill him. And then when they get into the apartment, they're like, oh, shoot, we messed up. It's an Army guy and he's got PTSD and we made a mistake and we got to like clean this mess up. That's not the guy that did the Idaho 4. Well, first of all, that storyline doesn't pass muster, but not trying to be critical, Darren. But the thing is Darren is supposing that Brent Kopacka does have a connection with the Idaho 4 because he's supposing that the police supposed it.
Right.
Well, that's like by proxy supposing it. Darren is supposing it, but he's not like owning it. He's saying that the police supposed it. Well, listen here. If I, as a layperson, I know nothing about solving crimes or being a detective, but if Darren is crediting the police to be able to suppose it, right? I mean, they're the ones who should suppose it.
Right.
So at any rate, I don't know whether Brent Kopacka has any connection to it, but I'm more concerned about why was he killed and why was the phone wiped clean? And I don't think they mean by with a towel when you're talking about like factory reset and all that.
Right.
So
why is it when his brother went into the apartment to collect his belongings, there was nothing there? There was, maybe a couple electronics and that form from the military, and his phone is on the counter completely wiped clean. Why?
Yeah,
that doesn't make
much.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Why would you have to wipe his phone? Okay. If for nothing.
The timing too to this is just, it's so close,
Yes.
I mean,
For
we
such
can
a
have
small town without so
responsible
many
conversation
issues.
about Brent Kopacka, without offending anybody.
Right.
Is my point.
I
don't
agree.
know if I don't know if he's got a connection, but he might have. We can still talk about it.
Right.
But I think right about the time that we got pulled away from talking about, the possibility of Brian not having an involvement with the Idaho 4, that's about the time we got distracted. And I think one of the topics was Dylan that we needed to cover. And I'll cover this briefly and allow the other panelists. But
yeah.
So, imagine in your minds that Dylan and Bethany are not even there. They're not home.
Right.
Because that would present a huge problem. Them being home at the time of the crime is necessary, because if they were not home at that time, then it would be like, the news report would be there's, of these 6 roommates, 4 were home and they all died. And we would be all like, well, thank God. They are so lucky that the 2, those 2, if they were home, they would have got it too, right? That would have been our first thing to say.
Absolutely.
But after that, we would say, well, hold on, wait a minute. So why weren't they home? Where were they? Well, they would have to alibi out of that. If they weren't home, that would be suspicious, and they would need to provide the alibi for that.
Right.
Well, that alibi that I'm sure they could produce, they were somewhere with someone, but that alibi might be the connection between some really bad people. They were awake, they were aware, but I don't think they were home, because that would be kind of hard to be home when that is happening. When that type, when a murder like that is happening, you're just not going to be home. Okay.
Right.
And yeah, I'm not taking the PCA literally. I'm thinking outside of that. I don't take it like it's absolute fact. So I'm taking the liberty to say that's not how it went down. I don't really, I think Dylan and Bethany are nice, from what I can, judge from them. Yeah, I mean, everyone has it within that. Everyone can do this crime and kill those 4 people. Everyone can. They have it, the ability to do it, right? But I don't think they have it in their heart. I don't think that they're of that nature.
Right.
If they have any involvement at all, it's possibly that they know something but are just too afraid to say, because they had to be pulled away from it to allow it to happen.
Yeah.
And why they got spared, we don't know.
I definitely don't feel like they have hands-on interaction with this. I don't think they're them personally going in there doing things themselves with their. Right. I don't think it's that way at all. If there is, I agree with you 1,000,000% on that. If it's involvement, it's on another end. It's not that at all. So that I will agree with you on that, buddy.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't think they're doing it. I mean, yeah, they would have to tie up them somehow, and they could do it, but it's not realistic that they did it.
Yeah,
They
no,
might know who did it though.
that's what I'm saying as far as involvement goes. If I were to think about it, when I started talking about this the other day with Dylan and so on and so forth, because I just don't, you guys know that already, that have been here with me. I don't buy that whole
Here.
I just can't buy that. I can't buy it at all. And I'm not saying that means that Dylan threw some gloves on and grabbed a weapon and did this. No, I feel, excuse me, I feel that she does know, they know, which in turn gives me what the
What's
exculpatory
with the
evidence.
eye? The eye.
I think it's the lesser of two evils. So
Yeah,
what I mean by that is if you're going to frame or cover up, then you got a problem with these two roommates that are not at the house at that time. But
right.
the lesser of two evils, you can't say that they weren't there. Now you got a serious problem, but you also have a huge problem with them being there. So that's why it's this corny storyline, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And they were, initially they were downstairs. That's what we were all led to believe.
Right.
And Lana, she threw like an atomic nuclear warhead into that. She blew that up. But Lana, debunking that aside, that fact would have come out in time regardless through like the 3D photographs and the photographic evidence of the house.
Right.
It would have come out in time, but here's the thing: is like they kind of like have us thinking that these college girls did this all sleep together. Didn't you guys know that? It's just the way it is. You got Dylan and Bethany downstairs, and they're sleeping together. It's normal. And you got Maddie and Kaylee upstairs, and they're sleeping together in a single bed. And that fact is like supposed to just kind of be acceptable to us.
Accepted, yeah.
But they weren't. Neither one of those pair were sleeping together.
Right. Yeah, not in that sense, right? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, go ahead, bud.
No, you please. Okay. So lastly, I just want to say, I think our voices, we're trying to be distracted, and I think all of our voices are trying to be made insignificant and illegitimized. Like, we are the conspiracy theorists if we believe anything but the narrative.
Yeah.
We have to blindly believe, and we can go in our minds and go through any exaggerated thoughts to make it so that he did it. These ridiculous ideas of how there's no trace evidence, no blood evidence in his car, how he got away without, he's wearing all these Tyvek suits and this. I mean, that is the conspiracy theorist, the one who says that.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Absolutely.
You're trying to be silenced. Your platform is being attacked. And what I mean by that is yours and others like your show. You're doing it, as Coffindoffer says, you're doing it for clicks and views and all this money.
Yeah, right.
Right. And she was paid. I don't care. And so was Anna Elise. They were paid for doing that. They're not just doing that because they have nothing better to do with their time. I don't know how they got paid. I can't prove that they got paid, but they're the ones that are getting paid.
Absolutely.
Not you.
No, not for sure. That's definitely for sure. That's a fact, buddy. Thank you, goodbye, Stacy.
We have to observe that it is suspicious that suddenly Coffindoffer is making her rounds on these YouTube channels.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, No, it'll never be on a channel like yours because yours is open-minded, but it'll be on the ones that, have him guilty no matter what.
Yes, that's a fact. Yeah, I would never. First of all, I would never want her on my channel, but second of all, she wouldn't do it anyway because I don't fall into the narrative that she supports. You know what I mean? So it's fine.
Yeah, I think Lana would welcome it. I don't think Toffendoffer would dare step foot, go up against Lana.
Right. I'd love to
Can
see
I
that.
talk, or can you tell me?
Yeah, you can go ahead and interject if
It's
you had
just
anything.
it's echoing and vibrating. I can't hear anything.
Okay, you might have something going on in the background. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
There's
and
nothing in here but me, but that's okay. Yeah, I can now.
okay.
My question.
Go ahead. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it is. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Lana's here. I'm gonna hop off. Maybe Lana wants to come up.
Okay, buddy. Thank you again, Eddie. Appreciate you.
No, I was.
Go ahead.
Nobody has looked at what Ethan's parents do. They own a tulip farm. Right? Am I correct?
As far as what?
Do they own a tulip farm? Ethan's
No.
parents?
No. Him and his siblings worked at a tulip farm in the summer.
Okay. Do you know that there's an the thing that's the new COVID is now this fungal thing that's nothing, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And tulips are they're doing testing on tulips to figure out how to do that.
Right.
Because I'm just throwing out a theory. I also think that it was weird when they interviewed, right afterwards, that one girl interviewed his parents. And please, I have all respect for them. I'm not saying anything. But she did mention, the mom did say right away, and I thought that was weird because I didn't know anything about the case. She mentioned, and this wasn't drug related. I wasn't even thinking that. Were you? I mean, was anybody? I mean, so I don't know. There's just stuff that I think that we're not understanding why that place has been chosen. Why the Northeast, Oregon, Idaho, Washington? What's going on up there? Canada. There's more going on, I think, than we know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I think that they're keeping us. They're dripping. In my opinion, we're getting dripped information to keep us talking because something is going on up there. Balloons are flying over the place. Canada's, it's like the northern border versus the southern border. I just think there's more to go. I hope those kids didn't have to pay the price for whatever is going on.
Right. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And there's definitely something going on. That's a fact. Everything.
I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I've done a lot of research into this, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff that nobody's brought up.
Well, I think some of this stuff, because a lot of us have looked into other things. I'll just put it that way. And a lot of us don't bring certain things up because we don't have, at least on my side of things, I can speak for myself for sure. We don't have any concrete proof as to the other things that we've looked into to be able to put out there. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to be able, some channels will just put things out regardless of whether they have proof or not. I can't do that because that's not the type of stuff I do. You know what I mean?
No, you can't. And I get it.
Right. I would love.
I'm just trying to say that I feel like we're all being herded into one direction because they keep dropping something.
Oh, yeah. I can agree with that. I think in a sense, yes.
And I feel like there's a heck of a lot going on that none of us know about, and we are not supposed to.
I can agree with that.
Almost seems like why those last videos were dropped.
I mean, think about it.
Send us a different
why
direction.
does it seem like, something every week, something's happening? A drop here, a drop there, something new theory here.
I definitely agree with that.
Somebody's doing it, but nobody wants to take that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that. I'd like to know. I'd like for somebody to be able to pull the other things that are hiding inside the weeds out, and say, here's this. Look at this. This makes sense, rather than the things that don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that one. And a lot of us, Mikey up here, I told you guys, we sit in Discord, we spend nights upon nights looking at things, trying to figure out what the hell, why does this make sense? Why doesn't this make sense? Why don't these two things go together? But they're saying that it does. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Either Brian Colbert is a patsy.
Well, that's possible too.
Right. Or he is part of it. In my opinion, I don't know because I wasn't there. Okay. I got to go by what we're hearing. It's all I have to go by, besides the stuff that I'm doing on my own. And I'm seeing something is going on in Canada big time right now. We have balloons flying over coming from the Canadian side. What are they trying to? They're diverting our attention somewhere else.
Right.
And please, I hope to God these kids didn't have to pay a price for something that word.
I agree. I do agree. Sadly, if we're to look at it that way, though, sadly, it seems like they may have, unfortunately.
And then the other thing. And it does. And that makes me sick. The other, I mean, we're talking about, because I have a good friend that lives in South Dakota, and his wife, I mean, he's like a bigwig, and his wife was part of child trafficking. That is huge up there. Human trafficking. I'm just saying that I hope to God those kids aren't, and I feel like sometimes I get frustrated because I'm like trying to listen to everything that's going on. And I'm like, why are we getting things dripped to us? It's not like, and then nobody knows who dripped it.
Right. Right.
Where did Brian Kohlberger come from? I mean, out of the blue, he's arrested.
That's the question of the year.
I live not with you, but I live in Ohio, and Ohio's huge. Huge.
Yes, it is.
So what I'm saying is the North Coast, right, is the new South border. And they're trying to divert everyone down, in my opinion, to the South border, while the North border has China and everything else going on.
Right. Yes.
That's it. I just want to say that I think people are looking the wrong direction. I think people really need to think. This is not just, kids came in and killed somebody because they were jealous. I don't believe that.
No, there's a lot more to it than that. I absolutely agree.
Or I saw somebody, at a restaurant, and I thought they were cute. They didn't. Yeah, and they didn't want to respond to my DM, so I decided to go butcher them all. I don't think so.
Nope, it doesn't work that way. You're absolutely right, Terry.
I guess I just want to put into everybody's thoughts, think outside the box.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's a fact.
Oh, and the other thing, I did have one other thing. We were trying to figure out, was that a ring or a door camera, a ring camera, whatever. I did watch Alana's show. Did you see the two tops of the roofs? I mean, they're just Ethernets everywhere.
Yeah.
They're set up.
Oh yeah. I agree.
And why did they cut all the trees back? She never mentioned that. The very first thing I ever heard about this entire thing I heard is that some guy that was a bigwig there said, I think it's ridiculous that we're all looking at all these directions. You remember what's been going on in Washington and Oregon and that whole area, where they were like, everybody was like throwing, the people that had the fires and all that kind of stuff. There are still people hiding out. That he said that is what happened. I don't know. I'm going with what I hear, but I'm trying to think outside the box. That's it.
Absolutely.
Just want justice done.
Amen to that. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'll let you go.
All right. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye, hon. Thank you again. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, Dago.
What's going on, buddy?
Big fan of yours and CJ and Jules. Am I the first guest from Thailand?
Yes, you are, my friend.
Welcome.
I'm from Canada originally, but I'm living in Thailand. But yeah, I guess what am I on here for? To tell you what I think about the Idaho 4 case or what?
Sure thing, brother. Whatever you want to talk about today, it's your stage, my friend.
All right. So, I mean, everybody's talking about is BK guilty or he's innocent. I got no idea. I'm cheering for BK at this point because I don't care if he's guilty or innocent. I haven't seen enough evidence to suggest that he's guilty. I don't. And until I see that, then I got to cheer for him to get. If he committed the perfect crime and didn't leave any evidence, and you think that that's what he did, you got to let him go. I mean, you got to let him go for the sake of the justice system and for sake of all things being right. And
Right.
if everything's right in the world, if you almost to your core know that he was involved somehow, but you can't prove it, you got to let him go because that's just the way it's got to be. Otherwise, we're putting innocent people in jail, whether you think he did it or not. And if he is guilty and he does get off, maybe Stevie G can pull a Carl Lee Haley out of Time to Kill on him, and maybe that's the ultimate justice.
Yeah, right.
I will say that the mainstream media likes to manipulate all the sound bites. They're crafty with their editing. They try to catch you with a bad expression on your face and clip that one picture or clip that one sound bite that makes you look bad. I'd like to see one of you guys, and probably not you, Dago, but somebody who's really good with the editing.
Yeah.
Take Jennifer Coffendorfer and the News Nation crew and the all the folks that are on the Burn BK bandwagon and clip what they had to say when BK was arrested before the DNA results came back from the car, when they were all saying, "Oh, it's going to be a petri dish. Oh, they're going to have him dead to rights."
Yep.
And even Daniel from Drunk Turkey said, "If there's no DNA in that car, we got some big problems."
That's right.
Almost everybody, anybody who knows what they're talking about, said, "If there's no DNA in that car, then we got some issues." But now they're all turning around and saying, "Oh, but we could explain that because of this." I'd like to see the montage of the 2-second clips of them saying how confident they are about the DNA in the car, and then when there is no DNA in the car, it doesn't matter. I think you could do a really damning piece on that. And I don't know if that's your style, Dago, if you would stoop to that level of doing what the mainstream media does or not, but I'd like to see somebody do it. Give them a spoonful of their own medicine.
What I like to see, I'd like to see reactions. That's a great point and a great idea, Jesse. I agree with you. I may just do something like that. What I'd like to see is I'd like to see reactions from each one of these people after the fact that it was brought out that there was no DNA in anything that this man owned. I'd like to see their reactions and see how they stutter around explaining why they still feel like they do after that fact. You know what I mean?
Coffendorfer wouldn't really like that if that clip appeared on Twitter of her
Not
before and after statements. That would drive her nuts. One more thing I'll say is, Dago, what does the state have to put Brian Koberger at the scene? Do they have anything?
I have no idea. I'd love to know that myself.
Well, they're going to say they have the DNA on the sheath to put him at the scene, right?
Right.
That's the one thing they're going to say, right?
I agree. I do agree.
So if they get a DNA expert on the stand for the state's expert, you're going to ask the state's expert, well, how did his DNA get on the sheath, right? His DNA is on the sheath. How did it get there? What's the guy going to say? Well, he had to be wearing gloves and be completely covered because there's no hair, there's no fingerprints, there's no evidence anywhere, right?
Yes,
on anything except for a little bit on that sheath. So how did that little bit get on that sheath? Well, it must have happened before, right? Before what? Before the house?
Right.
Because then it doesn't put him at the house, does it? Unless you're trying to tell me he was in the middle of this scene, took off his gloves to unclip the sheath to get that DNA on the sheath at the scene? Is that what they're trying to say? Because that's the only way that DNA actually puts him at the scene of the crime. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe you're right. That's the only thing that we've seen thus far that they've talked about, and they're not even using that. So what else is there?
And I guess what I'm saying is I think it's pretty damning if you get an expert that's for the prosecution to say, we believe that DNA existed on that sheath prior to the sheath entering the scene of the crime. Now that DNA doesn't actually put Kohberger at the scene of the crime.
Exactly. And I'd like to see what is there that they have. I still would like to see what they used for the grand jury to indict him. I'd still like to understand that because, again, if there's no DNA attached to this guy whatsoever, I can't see, and they're not using this sheath. What else is there possibly? Because I'd like to believe
blurry pictures of a car.
That's what I'm saying.
He turned off his phone, so he must be guilty.
Oh, but his phone could have never died, right? It could have never just died. That makes no sense to me. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I can't go with that. I agree with you, my friend. I do.
Oh, the worst is when you're watching these channels and you're watching them break down like Linda Lane footage, and they're like, and there's Kohberger in his car. It's like, wait a minute, that's a white blur. I mean, it might be a white car. I don't know if it's an Elantra. I certainly don't know if it's Kohberger in the car or it's his car.
That's right.
And who does?
That's right.
And how many people have watched YouTube and seen, oh, there's Kohberger doing that 3-point turn. They said that in the PCA. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and like I said, it's all of it's ridiculous. Are they gonna convict this man of a quadruple homicide and give him the death penalty based on the fact that he has bushy eyebrows? Come on, this is ridiculous. All of it, every bit of it is ridiculous. There is nothing out there, and I would want to believe that prosecution, if they had something that was that damning, that ridiculous, that we would have seen something already to prove their case, rather than the propaganda that we see going around and generalized media trying to tell everybody in the world that this man's guilty, because that's all it is.
Me personally, I'm not convinced that he is actually innocent. I'm not convinced that he's not involved. It's just that I haven't seen anything concrete to suggest otherwise.
Yes,
so even if you suspect, and this idea that, and I keep on hearing this, that, well, they could attack this evidence, but the compilation, the stacking up of all this evidence that it doesn't actually add up to anything, is what's going to convict them. That okay, well, the DNA is questionable, the video footage is questionable, the cast data is questionable, the DNA is questionable. Well, if it's questionable, it doesn't stack up, because you can't start stacking until you get something that isn't questionable. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, with really no qualifications whatsoever.
I agree. And like I said, I'm on the fence too. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying he's innocent. All I'm saying, and all I've said for weeks upon weeks, months upon months, is please show me why you believe that this specific man, Brian C. Kohberger, is guilty of this crime, and how you came to that conclusion. That's all I want to know. That's it. Nothing more.
Way too open-ended. A lot of their stuff is way too open-ended.
Way too open-ended. That's a great point. And I agree with you, Jesse. I really do. And I thank you for jumping up here to tell us about that, what you think, because I think a lot of us feel the same exact way you do. You know, and I said before, I wanted to believe he was the one that did it, because it's there. They got him. We're good. It's over. We can move on until you read into things.
But that doesn't then that leaves that big hole. It doesn't really explain the roommates, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's what everybody wants explained, is why did they behave in that manner?
Right. There's too many things that are just dangling out here, that are floating out in the open, that they can't seem to grab a hold of and draw in and make it make sense, because it doesn't. And I don't think anything they do at this point, unless they show us the truth and real proof, is going to make any of this make any sense, folks. Nothing. And that's just how I feel on it. So, again, I don't know. What are you saying over here?
I'll be right back, bud.
All right, Mikey. Thank you, bro. I think that, yeah, okay. I was reading that side of the thing. So that's a good point, Jesse. I appreciate that. I really do. And like I said, I think there's a lot of people out here that feel the same exact way you do about it. Now, if they were to bring something, say tomorrow they have this big thing happen, and like, look what we have. They found a murder weapon. Brian Koberger's fingerprints are all over this. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Okay, there we go. That is concrete proof to me. Now we
You
can.
know, there's a lot of channels that are saying that the cast data is going to have him dead to rights because they can pinpoint his location so accurately that they can prove exactly where he was. And in my opinion, if you can prove exactly where he was with the cell phone data, and your story is then that he drove this long route after the murders, and he would have had to have ditched the murder weapon and probably the protective gear and all that stuff, then use the cast data to recover that evidence. And if you're unable to use the cast data to recover that evidence, then how accurate is the cast data? Like, is the cast data going to give you a pinpoint location? And if your excuse is, well, he turned off his phone, so it doesn't work. Well, if he turned off his phone and then you don't have the evidence. It's that freaking simple to me. I mean, him turning off his phone is evidence of nothing. It's speculation.
Right. I agree. I do agree. Jeff says, how many puzzle pieces are needed to see a clear picture? I feel they have many pieces we don't. A lot of people keep saying that. Why is it that people believe that they have so much stuff that we don't know that makes this make sense? Because I find it really hard to believe that with what the defense has presented to everybody and explained to everybody, that the prosecution is not going to say, here's this, and this. Why wouldn't they put that out there? Why? Why are they holding that back? Why? For what reason? That doesn't make any sense. None at all. You know, I respect what you're saying, Jeff, but I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. That's.
Well, and how much are they allowed to withhold as far as discovery and Brady violations and, you know, what does the law state as far as can they hold on to the murder weapon until the day of the trial and then say, look what we got? Are they allowed to do that? I was under the impression that they have to give the defense the discovery of the evidence that they have.
That's a fact.
I'm not. This isn't my job. I'm not a professional, so I don't know that.
No, but the defense does need to have that, and they have that right to know that. They can't withhold things from the defense because that's how this works. Freebird says they may and they may not, and then if that's the case, and this is the biggest question, why are they being so shady? Why is everything being withheld to an extreme amount of time? Why is this not there? Why is that not there? What is, if they have something so strong on him, why did they go with the transfer DNA to bring him into custody? If they have
their actions suggest they have nothing.
Right. Thank you. That's all it is. The way that they're presenting this to everyone is that it's stating that they have nothing. If they have a video of Brian Koberger driving up to this house, getting out of his car, walking in, and coming out 20 minutes later, getting into his car and leaving, why hasn't that been shown? I don't think anybody believes they have anything. That's why.
And then not allow the exculpatory evidence.
Yeah, what's that? I mean, if you want to go in that direction too, Jeff, what about that, Jeff? You know, again, like I said, I'm not being disrespectful. I respect what you're saying, bro. There's a lot of people that feel the same way you do, and I do respect that, okay? Why? What do they have to gain from not putting this out here now? See, that's the problem, though. That's the point. That
they're going all in with a pair of deuces.
Yeah. And I feel it's a bluff. I really do. I feel it's a bluff. Their confidence to me says that they have a lot. I can't. I don't see the confidence, though. That's the thing. I don't see it. I feel like they're just kind of hoping, you know, and I think that's what all this propaganda has been about. That they're going to put it in the hands of the jury after the jury has seen everything we've seen out here stating that this guy is such a bad guy. And they're all just going to come in, sit down, and say, he's guilty. End of story. Put him in front of the firing squad, and it's over without seeing any kind of concrete proof. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
Are they maybe trying to buy time to find more evidence, find that murder weapon?
I do believe that's part of it. That's something I've believed from the beginning, that they keep doing this because they're trying to find something that will match, and they're just not having luck with that. You know what I mean? They can't have. I mean, there's so many. That's another thing. Let me say something about that too. I don't know what your thoughts on this are, Jesse, but there's so many, and I find it hard to believe that they're mistakes. That's why there's so many mistakes that have been made with this from the very, very beginning up to this point right here. Is it possible that multiple law enforcement agencies can make that many mistakes in one case? Make that make sense to me, because it doesn't. I don't know. I just don't know, folks.
That many mistakes for how many other agencies were there on top of this?
We had Moscow PD. We had the FBI. We have, I do believe at some point, or no, maybe Latah County wasn't involved. And we had the Idaho State Police. That's 3 agencies alone, and 2 of them are very high-ranking agencies. And they're making these mistakes. It's wrong. I think Steve Gonsalves would appreciate the prosecution giving the defense more than what they're legally required to give. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I think Steve G wouldn't appreciate the prosecution giving the defense more than what they're legally required to give. But why?
Yeah.
But wouldn't Steve G want to get the information himself? I mean, Steve G has no information. He's been given nothing, right? From all accounts, the family has not been given any information from LE, right?
Any more than what we got, truthfully. Yeah, that's what they've said. So yes.
And what they have said that they've had, if I was the parent, I would think that that's a bunch of BS.
I can agree.
That isn't solid enough.
The parents probably want the suspect to be guilty, though. They're not as inclined to be thinking along the conspiracy theory lines as we are. But there's got to be something deep down that says we want to know what actually happened. We want to know why the cops weren't called until noon the next day. Whether they admit it or not, you could sort of see it on Steve G's face. He wants to know the truth.
And they deserve that. They deserve that.
He doesn't want to be an advocate for BK, but he wants to know the truth. And I don't think he's happy with LE or the prosecution or any of that. I mean, he's been quite vocal that he's not happy with any of that.
I agree with that. I do.
That's why I said he might, if he wants justice, he might have to pull a Carl E. Haley. For those who don't know, that's
I know what
a
that
Matthew
is.
McConaughey movie.
Right. Yeah. I do know what that's about. And you know what's sad is in the end of this, if it comes out to be that Brian's innocent, what do they have left then? What do they have to hold on to? What do the families get to see if Brian comes out to be innocent? Is that justice?
And what do you do in Steve's position as the father, and you have a guy that's accused and maybe he believes he actually did it, and the guy gets to walk out, and you gotta what do you do then? You kind of have to reconcile that he's either innocent or you have to be tormented by the fact that it's your duty to, like I said, Carl Lee Haley. His ass.
Oh no, I get it absolutely. Jeff again says, anyone remember how the gas cans came about in the Jody Arias trial? Yes, I do. That was kind of an item presented late. I don't remember. I'll check. I think it was too. I agree with you on that, Jeff. But again, I think
if they present it late, don't they have to prove that they acquired it late though?
I think
they can't just sit on it, right?
Yeah, they have to show.
It's like, okay, we just found this, so then we can present it late.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing is that maybe they are still looking for things, And here's the thing: is the prosecutor? I'll be honest with you guys. I got a lot of respect for him. Okay, he's done some really, really good stuff. Great at what he does, and I feel like this is not his typical run-of-the-mill type scenario. It seems like he's lacking in this, in my opinion. So that's me though. That doesn't mean anybody has to agree with what I'm saying, but I'm just saying, I think they're still looking for things, and they may present something at the end, Jeff, but at the same time, that means they found it then, not that they've had it the whole time. So that makes you bring into question then, how did we get to Brian if you didn't have this the whole time? You see what I'm saying? It's almost as if, to me, and I may be wrong, that they're trying to make Brian be guilty by looking. I know this sounds ridiculous, but by looking for anything possibly they can to prove his guilt. And they're not having the they're not doing very well with that. You know
and these stupid stories about him stealing his sister's cell phone when he was a teenager. It's like, if you were going to put people in jail for that, the jails would be pretty goddamn crowded. I mean,
yeah, that's all propaganda to try to prove his guilt and the person he is, and so on and so forth. Which, you know, that's something that I'm working on as well. Only not because I want to show that Brian is not guilty, but to be able to see it in a fair sense. That's all I'm saying. And thank you for that comment again, Jeff. And welcome, Crime Sleuth, and thank you for jumping up with us today. I appreciate you.
Hi, good afternoon.
So that's my thought. And again, guys, it's not that I want Brian to be innocent. It's not that I think Brian is innocent. I just want to see the proof. That's all. Nothing more. Just show me the proof, and I'll go right in line with everybody else. That's all it's going to take. So, was there anything else we could help you with, Jesse?
No, I'm probably good to go. I just, I was itching to come up and talk to you. And like I say, I'm a big fan of you and CJ and Jules, and yeah.
I appreciate that.
Love the work you guys are doing.
I appreciate
Jesse, I'm going to take you up on that challenge, and I'm going to do my best to put together a video that you described of.
I think it would get lots of clicks. I can tell you that much.
See what I can come up with.
Some editing work,
really
but I think
it needs to be made.
Yeah, no, I think it'll work out great. Looking forward to seeing it.
I think that's a really good point that needs to be made for sure, because we don't want to convict the wrong person, and we don't want to leave anybody out that may be involved if there's somebody else.
Yes,
we want to make sure we get the full picture on both sides and weigh it carefully. And honestly, there's probably going to be some stuff that we're not going to see either, that only the jury's going to see.
I'm sure.
And there's stuff that the jury's not going to see that we know about. We've seen that cover case. So that sucks both ways. But I'm totally against wrongful convictions. You know, the DNA origin is a real stick point for me. You know, the state is really fighting disclosing where they got the tip, who pointed the finger, you know, in his direction. And I think they're going to lose. I think the judge is going to make him disclose that. Although, I did see his last, the judge's last motion that denied the defense getting that information, which I think is completely wrong. But I know they're going to keep at that, keep trying. And they'll probably get it. Because we've seen in every trial where motions like that are denied before trial, and then they bring it up again and they go ahead and allow it. And I hope they do, because that's really interesting. But I want to know that it was really him in that car. I want them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt on everything and make sure that he's really the one that did it and the only one that did it. And then I'm good.
Really him in that car. I mean, it's the white blur. I mean, we got to see a license plate. I mean, we can't even prove it's an Elantra. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to me that I continue to hear creators saying, and Brian Koberger does a 3-point turn, and this is where Koberger's car. I mean, there's no Koberger. There's no Elantra. There's a white blur on a screen with no license plate.
That's all it is.
No visual of the driver or even how many occupants are in the vehicle. It's not evidence. What we've been allowed to see is not evidence of anything.
It's really not.
In my very unqualified opinion, but from where I stand,
it'd be different if the leaked videos that came out showed, clearly him walking around the building or something, And
then I hear people that are supposed to be experts saying, "Oh, but this stuff stacks up." It doesn't stack up, because if it's nothing, you can't stack anything on it. That's in my opinion. You can't stack nothing on nothing. You stack nothing on nothing, you're still left with nothing.
I'm gonna put that song on my video. Nothing plus nothing means nothing.
Nothing, right? I was just thinking that when he said that. It's what it is. It really is. Beyond the BS says FBI informant pins BK apparently. Well, that's left to be seen. You know, if that's the
FBI
case,
informant.
that's what I'm saying. Who, and who, and is that why Ann Taylor has these training records pulled on these specific officers? I mean, what's up with that? You know what I mean? Can we trust that person? That's the other thing. You know, Sleuthy did an amazing whole video in regards to that one Idaho State police officer. Wow. If anybody hasn't seen that, go check that out. That was crazy.
That's why I'm really interested in Payne and the detective as well. Something's not right with Lawrence Mowry.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with that. I
haven't seen any videos anybody's done on him, but there's something just not right there.
Well, I can agree with that. I definitely can agree with that. You know,
I mean, who's stupid enough to get a warrant back that clearly shows you, hello, you fucked up. You need to redo this. Excuse my language. I'm so sorry, but that's what he did. And okay, so yeah, I'm just going to file that with the court and leave it alone. I'm not going to follow up and see why I didn't get anything back. What was the problem? You know.
Right. And here's the thing, Jules just stated too, like if we're going to go with this whole FBI informant scenario, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. But they have no work to show anything they've done, whether that was on them or not. Still, we have nothing to show to look at for us. There's nothing for them to show us to see how to prove what they did. That makes no sense to me. So, exactly. You know, my son comes home from school with an algebra problem that I'm helping him with. Here's the answer. Boom, boom, boom. Go back to school with that. Nope, it don't work that way, because where's the work that you did to get to the answer on that question? No, it doesn't work that way, folks. We know that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question for you all.
Yes, sir. So
if BK is involved and he's guilty and he took part in this, and so the trial's going through, and for true justice to be served, if BK didn't do it alone and he's got accomplices, and if the roommates are involved, or if there's other accomplices, shouldn't we be cheering for BK to be? We shouldn't be cheering for him to be convicted, because that will essentially bury the story and prevent true justice from ever being upheld, right? And the only way that true justice will ever be achieved is if we get to the bottom of the roommates and why it took so long and who else was involved, and convicting BK as the lone killer isn't justice at all. And the reason I say that is because so many people, and myself included, think there's stuff out there that makes BK look guilty. Let's be honest. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't add up. But there is things that make you wonder, like, could this guy have, you know, it's not like he's holier than thou or something. He might have been involved, and I think a lot of people feel that way. But in my opinion, that doesn't matter. I want him to be innocent, unless you can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was the lone killer. And if he had accomplices, I don't want him going down and them getting off.
Well, let's look at it this way too. What if, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say before I'm telling you, if I don't get it out, I'm going to forget it. You know what I mean? I'm getting up there in age. Okay, so he brought up a point about, you know, when to see everything that you have, and there's things that make you go, about him, right? The phone thing. Everybody keeps repeating the phone thing about how he turned his phone off during the pivotal time, 2:48 to 4:48. Okay, fine. That does look weird. However, let's go back to the Murdaugh trial. Do you know the defense sucked at refuting what the state put out about him having his phone off?
Yes.
I noticed it in the actual report. It showed that his phone at the time that he got home was on 2%.
Right.
He took it in the house and he plugged it in.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it showed in the report. And the defense never came back and said, hey, he wasn't doing anything nefarious. He just plugged in his phone. It was dead. However, I mean, I know he did it. I get it. But every little piece of evidence like that, if the defense doesn't refute it, and Ann Taylor's going to fight tooth and nail, you have to refute every little teeny tiny thing, because it's going to start to stack up, you know? All these little things are going to add up to he must have done it. Let's just convict him.
Oh yeah.
For me, it doesn't matter if he did it. I want to live in a world where you can't put somebody in jail for murder or kill them and give them the death penalty unless you can prove it. So unless they can do that, I'd rather see him walk, because I don't want to live in a world where I think they can take me and string me up without evidence,
Right.
And I think we all need to think that way.
And then, the other side of that too is this guy, which is with the educational background that he has. Okay. We can't not think about that. It's a decade's worth of education in exactly with what he's doing right here, supposedly. Okay. And in that point alone makes me look at the fact that he took his phone with him to begin with. He drove his car to begin with. He left a knife sheet there to begin with. All of those things make zero sense to me based on the education.
Could that just be overconfidence, though?
I mean, you're right. It could be. It very well could be.
It could be rage. Just like him not seeing Dylan. If
I wasn't thinking rage. I was more thinking just absolute arrogance, right? That he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly. And don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to make a case against BK here. I'm just saying that I'm just playing devil's advocate that it could be arrogance.
Well, for any killer, they get very arrogant, but that doesn't make sense either. Where would he gain this extreme confidence to pull this off if it's his first crime?
Well, and then you have the motive. Then you have the motive and the timing and the fact that Kaylee was back for one night and one night only, and then gone forever. And the calls to, you know what I mean? Like the timing.
Who brought her back?
The timing doesn't exactly suggest a complete total stranger SK just out of circumstance coming in to get a girl that just happened to be there for the last time ever.
Yeah. Why did she come back?
Quite a coincidence there. I mean, you're being asked to believe in an extreme coincidence to believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she only came back to show them her car and stay the weekend, and then she was going off on I think it was like a month-long trip or something.
She was asked to come back to be a +1 by Dylan at the whatever that was they were doing, and that was something that Christy had even acknowledged, that she said that Kaylee asked her, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? She bounced it around a little bit and then finally decided to do it because she's a good person, So that's one more little thing that you need to have in your mind when you think about that part of the scenario, because that bothers me as well. Okay.
Right. I knew that I had heard that she had some sort of trepidation or, kind of thought maybe I shouldn't come or do something, but I couldn't remember what it was. So thank you.
Yeah. When you have one of these surviving roommates, once again, being the one that called and said, hey, can you come be my +1 at this party? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I can or if I want to, whatever it was, however it went down, I don't know. And I don't want to be disrespectful and trying to act like I do. But that did happen. Okay. And we have this person being in the same house and surviving this situation. There was hesitancy with that as well. So what's that all about? That bothers me. It really does. I'm sorry.
Yeah. See, I've had two theories. Okay. If he did it, I always thought that Maddie would have had to have been the target, and Kaylee heard something, came into the room to see what the hell was going on, and then she got attacked. I've always had that theory. And then he was leaving and ran into Xana and then took her in the bedroom and all that happened. I always kind of thought that could have been a plausible scenario.
Oh, absolutely.
And he was taking off his belt, I'm not going to say anymore, and that's how the sheath got off. That's what I've kind of always wondered about that.
See, I don't personally feel that there was any kind of a SAing process involved in this. Even a thought. That's me though, guys. I'm not saying that what you're saying. I do agree and respect with what you're saying, hon.
So he would actually carry the sheath though? Because that's just so stupid, is it not?
But isn't it though? It's very stupid. That's what I'm saying. Like, guys, I can't grasp the fact that where is it now?
I know
you probably want your weapon unsheathed as soon as you enter the house, right? You don't want to be unsheathing your weapon when you're already in the house. You want to be entering with the weapon in your hand unsheathed. and otherwise you can't use it. It's not very effective when it's sheathed. So
you don't know who
you don't enter
run into in the hallway.
you don't enter a danger zone with a sheathed weapon. That's just not very tactically smart.
I can't. And why would you carry?
Yeah, it's like you cock your gun if you're, in a,
Also, you have to have massive balls to go into a place with 6 cars in the driveway that could have potential boyfriends sleeping over, in a party house that God knows who's in this place, and it takes a certain kind of individual to have the confidence to think you can go in and overpower all these people, women and men, potentially. There's no way to know how many people are in there.
It wouldn't be a big deal though, Jesse, if it was people that you knew, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I mean, but the theory is that Brian didn't know any of them, and he just randomly chose this high traffic area with,
Yeah.
No, I think the theory is that he stalked them a bit.
But then you have that can't be your theory unless you can prove it, right?
Yeah.
That's not the theory if you don't have it.
And here's the other side.
Didn't mention something about that in the PCA though. Something about he'd been in the.
I mean, if they can actually show that, then that would sway my opinion. I mean, I would say, geez, that makes him look a little bit worse, right? If they can show that he's
in there about 12 times.
Yeah, I mean that's the ping and all that kind of stuff, right? But here's one other thing though. So if you were to do this, okay, if you were to do this, and you remove the knife from the sheath, I have one here. I don't know where I put it, guys. I was going to show you what I was saying, but when you remove it from the sheath, you're in the heat of what's going on. Okay, we'll just say it that way. Take it out of the sheath, and then were you going to take the time to snap the sheath closed before you set it down? I wouldn't think so. That's a problem.
Well, they said it was like under.
Oh,
so
no,
this guy who has no.
He closed the snap. The snap was closed that holds the knife in there after the knife was taken out of it. That's a little weird to me. You know what I mean? These little things don't fall into line with what we're hearing. Yeah, granted, the sheath was hidden underneath the body as well as the blanket in a sense.
Well, how would a closed sheath be removed from the attack? I mean, if the sheath was removed from during the attack, it would not be closed.
Was it closed?
Yeah.
Also about the stalking thing, about the 12 visits. If you surveilled that house 12 times, you would know enough to know that it's a high traffic area, that it potentially has several males going to be spending the night there, or anybody could be in the house. And it would seem to me that the more you knew about that house, the more you would know this isn't the ideal place to commit such a crime, if that's what you're interested in doing. In my opinion, I mean, I don't have a lot of experience committing crimes like that, so I can't really say. But
Right.
I mean, hypothetically speaking, if I wanted to, do something like that, I'd probably look for a place with only women, and not high traffic area. And people compare the Ted Bundy thing, but the Ted Bundy thing, first of all, Ted Bundy failed. He wasn't able to actually pull it off. He failed. And that's one of the things. This guy was able to execute 4 people in such a short period of time, leave no evidence. Ted Bundy didn't do anything like that. Ted Bundy
9
got
minutes.
caught. He got caught. He wounded some people, couldn't finish them off, and there was no men. So it was really not comparable to the Ted Bundy thing.
Not in a lot of sense. And that's another thing. Jules says I read it was face down, meaning the part that goes against your body would be face up, right? Nothing about the snap was in it. Right. And I can't remember where I got that about the snap thing. It's been a long time, and I'll have to go digging and see if I can find that again, guys. But that's a good point there too, Jules. And here's the other thing. The time itself, okay? I talked to, like I said, I've said this multiple times, a friend of mine that's ex-military, special forces, law enforcement, so on and so forth. And I said, can you look at something for me? Sure. Because he knows what I do. We were talking. I said, so this guy right here, I showed him who Brian was, went into this house, showed him the house, and unalived all 4 of these people. And I showed them all of them. Okay. And he did it in 9 minutes. And he looked at me and he kind of snickered and said, no, he didn't. And I said, no, but yeah, he did. And he said, no, he didn't. And he goes, he used a knife. I said, that's what they're stating. He goes, if he'd have used a gun, sure, I can go with that. But no, he didn't do it in 9 minutes. There's no way. And I said, he goes, you know, were there defensive wounds? Were this? I said, of course. I said, he stood up against this guy here and had to fight with him. That's an obstacle. That's going to take time. I've said this before. Then he goes with his girlfriend who has defensive wounds, sadly. And that's taking time away from that 9 minutes as well. Then he goes to the other two, which I feel, in my opinion, I don't know for a fact, but in my heart, that Kaylee fought back. And that's another time amount that's taken away from the 9 minutes, and then leaves the house and leaves the scene all in 9 minutes. And he was like, no, he didn't. He didn't. Not by himself. If there was him and maybe two other people, or him and maybe one other person, yes, I can say possibly. But I can't, the guy can't grasp the fact that he did all that with a knife in 9 minutes.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get it either. There is a possibility. Now, this is just pure speculation. I've wondered about the surveys that he did send out. Those were his.
Yes.
Yeah, as part of his criminology studies, right? So it was acceptable for him to send those out. But if he did have nefarious reasons, you know, evil thoughts, you know,
absolutely, yes,
fantasies and things, I wonder if there's any chance that he met some like-minded people through those surveys,
right?
And they concocted a plan together where he wouldn't do it. They went in there and did it, and then he got to go in there and tour the area and see their work and grade it.
Yeah, you're right.
Sick little game.
I can agree with that. I thought about that scenario early on because of that whole survey that he did, thinking, I think, Monkey, we even talked about that at one point. I remember that, you know, maybe these people, he enlisted these people to do this for him, and he was just the director of the whole thing. You know what I mean? And said, do this, this, and this. And
and gave him the knife, but he didn't clean it well enough. You know what I mean?
Right. And that very well could be the scenario. Okay. There's mounds and mounds of theories that are out there about this that I can see working. But the one that they're giving us, the one theory that they're putting in front of our face, the one fact, as they're calling it, that gave them the reason to have this person in custody and to say all this, does not make any sense. The one and only theory that we're supposed to absolutely believe is the one that doesn't make any sense at all. And that's what the problem is with this, you know? I've said before, I wish to God that it was him, that they could prove it was him, and then we'd be done with it. But they can't. They haven't yet, you know. And if they do, then, like I said, thank God, I'll probably be standing in line with a torch and a pitchfork, ready to put this guy.
Well, we saw what they did to Stephen Avery and to Brandon.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still pissed about that.
I agree.
And you know, and please don't judge me, but I personally didn't think that even the Tiger King should have got what he got.
Oh, Joe Exotic. Good old Joe Exotic,
Woo!
right?
Yes. Joe Exotic,
Hey,
yes.
it is what it is.
Crazy.
That
I'm telling you, that bitch, Carol Baskin.
Yeah, good old Carol Baskin, right?
You know she fed her husband to the Tigers.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
So is there more evidence against BK or Carol Baskin?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost the same. Well, I want to say that there's probably more evidence against Carol Baskin than there is Brian. Sorry.
Story makes more sense.
It does too.
Totally.
Leslie Densley says, Dago, in my opinion, there's a reason he's still behind bars. There's a reason Ann Taylor hasn't said anything about getting him free. Well, they couldn't do it anyway, hon. You can't just unarrest somebody once they're arrested. You still have to go through the whole rigmarole. You know, you can't just unarrest somebody and you can't just set them free. It's a whole thing they have to go through with court and all this other stuff. But you know, it just doesn't make sense. And I see confidence. We're going to talk about confidence, like Jeff had spoken out about earlier. I see the defense having more confidence than anything. And I see that they have good reason to have it too, in my opinion, sadly, you know.
I think the standing instead of, pleading was a big sign of confidence, in my opinion.
100%. That is and it's part of it's a tactic being used and a strategy that I think is going in the end, I think it's going to make a huge difference. So yeah, I definitely feel that the confidence is coming from. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. I didn't even see you back there. My apology. You're both back there. Come on up, guys. Or Eddie was. Welcome,
Hey.
Slithy. Good to have you back, dear. Sorry about that.
Carol Baskin definitely fed her husband to the tires for sure.
Yeah, right.
And the
You guys-
state is not going through the whole rigmarole either. Remember, they skipped. They got to skip by doing the grand jury.
Yeah.
She's totally freaking nuts. But that show's so funny though. But she's totally freaking nuts. She's out of her mind.
She's definitely insane, completely insane. I'm glad that we didn't have to cover that case. Thank God. Thank God. Jesse, did you have anything else you wanted to add, brother? Because if not, I was going to.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready to step down.
All right, buddy. Thank you so very much.
Carry on with my bottle of red.
Hey,
appreciate
go for
you,
it, brother.
Jesse.
You're awesome, Jesse.
It's late here in Thailand. You know, it's 2 a.m. now.
Oh wow. Okay. All righty. Well, I appreciate you taking your time to jump up here and explain what your thoughts and feelings are on this. And you're welcome anytime we do this to jump up here, my friend. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Dago.
Anytime, brother. Thank you. All right.
Hey, Sleepy.
I hope I don't lose you guys because we're driving back from the shore again. But you guys were talking about like the targets and stuff. I don't know why nobody ever wants to talk about the possibility of Ethan having been the target.
Say that again, hon. One more time.
I said I don't. But it seems nobody really wants to ever discuss the possibility of Ethan having been the target.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I
go ahead.
No, Jules was, because she said the first thing which is why I love her, but the first thing she said was, well, that could be, but then in my opinion, it couldn't be Brian Koberger. And I said, not necessarily. And her response is like, interesting. Like, because she's willing to think about. So I'm not saying this has nothing to do with Ethan at all, but it does have to do with BK and the fact that the only reason that everybody thinks he's an incel or even that he likes women is because that's what mainstream media is telling you. So couldn't he have been stalking and become obsessed with Ethan? Maybe he met him, I don't know.
You cut out completely for what you just said, hon.
The whole thing?
The whole thing, other than after Ethan.
That it has nothing to do with Ethan?
No, that Brian could have met him. That's the last thing I heard was that Brian could have met him somewhere and then boom, it was gone.
Oh, yeah. What if they met? I was just giving an example. Like maybe he met him at playing golf or something. I don't really know, but I'm just saying, what if he did become obsessed with someone that he literally couldn't have and he was the target?
Very possible. Yeah, that's something. And I think a lot of people have not brought Ethan up because of maybe, and I could be wrong, maybe because of the family that he came from. It makes people think that, Ethan could never be the target of something like this because of who he might have been. But we don't know that, guys. We don't know who Ethan was. We don't, and I'm not saying he's a bad person, that he was involved in anything bad, but it's just never been looked at. It's a very interesting theory because I've never thought of that myself.
We don't know how any of them are. That's the truth.
Right.
We don't know these kids, and in death, people generally tend to speak the most highly of you. They hone in on all of your good attributes. But apart from that, I think it would make sense if Ethan was a really good kid and a really sweet kid and nice and kind to everybody. And yes. I know my demeanor with people has gotten me into some hairy situations because it's been taken the wrong way. So I could see that happening if he's just a kind person. And people say, well, how come we've never, he's got to be an incel because we've never heard from any of his girlfriends. Well, what if he's got none? What if he's never had a girlfriend? What if he's had boyfriends?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I think we're working on that scenario now, but that's a good point. That's a very good point, and I've never thought of it like that. But again, that's why we have to kind of broaden our horizons as to how we think with the critical thinking, folks. That's a huge point.
I mean, think about it this way. Typically, Ethan lives in a house, or lived in a house of like 100 other guys, right? So
Right.
everybody's like, it just is so bold to go into a house where there's, you know, all these cars outside and you don't know who's all there. And like, it is bold, but maybe it was the better of two options, meaning maybe the opportunity never presented itself because he was always around 100 other men. Whereas when he goes to sleep over at his girlfriend's house and it's a bunch of helpless females, maybe it was the lesser of two, you know, dangers, I guess.
That is a good point.
What are the odds that these 100 men will stop me versus how are these tiny girls going to stop me, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
So you think that he started on the second floor then and then went up, or?
So let's say, and again, I'm just throwing this out there. Let's say he did go in and his target was on the second floor. What if when Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee, maybe she really did hear Kaylee, and maybe Kaylee started coming down the steps to see like who was here. There's somebody here. She went downstairs to see. Maybe she thought it was Jack because she was trying to get a hold of him and caught sight of whatever was happening, and then that person had to chase her up the steps, and she just ran into Maddie's room because she knew Maddie was in there. You know what I mean? Kind of like if I'm with Maddie, there's two of us kind of thing. I would feel safer than going in my room. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe you think they're going to have to
go
figure
upstairs.
out?
Maybe he was forced to go upstairs.
Yeah. Do you think that they're going to have to figure out and prove what his plan was and exactly the order in which he did everything to convict him? Or do you think that's going to be kind of not real super important to prove?
I don't know. I know for me, I would really like to know, just in the sense of I feel like you should be able to paint a picture in my head of like exactly what happened. Now, the other outside circumstances is a different story, but as far as what happened inside that house, if you had footprints, exactly what happened, like where he went, how he got there, where he went first, all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, I can agree. Real quick here, guys. Somebody had sent this to me yesterday. And these are, I'm guessing, toxicology results from what it looks like. I'm guessing, Heather, you're stating that this is from the victims, per se, which I don't understand this. How this.
Yeah. I want to know where that came from.
That's my thought too. Like how, because it's showing the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Toxicology Program trends. Okay. And it's very hard to see, you guys. You got to get pretty close to it, even if I do this. Okay. And it's showing, you know, I don't know how to read this per se. Exact. But the things that are highlighted here, it says, I think that, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to put my old man eyes on.
The top one says too negative.
Oh, thanks for making me look bad, Mikey.
Sorry.
Just kidding. 2 negative, 3 positive, 1 contain whatever that.
Cannabinoids.
Oh, that is. Yeah. And 1 contained a CNSD drug and 1 contained narcotic analgesic.
I found it. It's from isp.idaho.gov, and it is an annual report for the state of Idaho.
Okay.
On trends in the state. That's just in the whole state.
So
that's
it's not.
It's not on the victims.
Okay.
These aren't on the victims then? Okay.
Thank you.
That's,
Thank you.
yeah, because I was real curious about how in the hell I was able to
Well,
get this.
when you
All
were
I did was
saying it the
Google
way
the
you were
title.
saying it, when you were listing it kind of the way that you were, I was like, they wouldn't put them all on one report, so that can't be what
Right.
this is. They would all have their
Yeah.
own individual reports.
Yes, yes. That's why I was trying to understand what it was. Thank you for that, though, Heather. I appreciate it.
And it would come
The-
from Washington, I'd
I wonder
imagine.
if it means anything at all, though. I mean, it is for 2022.
Yeah, but it doesn't show any names or
No,
any of that.
mm-mm.
It
Is
says,
this almost like some kind of like protocol kind of thing here?
I don't know. It's weird. It says murder and attempted murder on the side, drug violations, other offenses, death investigation, stuff like that. So that's why I was not really understanding what this was.
Maybe this is like a whole out of cases in Idaho for the year on a
Yeah.
breakdown.
Yeah, that's what it says. It says
Yeah,
fiscal year 2022.
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay.
Well,
Well,
that answers that.
definitely, but it's still, something interesting.
It's
to see.
interesting.
Right. Beyond the BS says I was told the girls and Ethan's were clean. Well, alrighty then. Again, we have to be able to show proof of that stuff, obviously, to be able to make that suggestion. So, it is what it is. But again, thank you for who sent that to me. I appreciate you. At least we're trying with that. We don't know. That's something new for me. I've never seen them do that kind of thing. But I don't know. Guys. This is. I will say one thing that I guarantee not one of us is ever going to forget is anything about this case. I don't care what happens in 5 years from now, that there's not going to be any other case that's ever going to add up to this one, ever. And if there is, I'll be mind blown. I'll be honest with you. For sure. Barbie D said, go to page 5 and it lists 4 murders. Oh, see, I only got this piece. I can't go to a different page on it. So I don't know. Was there anybody else that wanted to jump up here with me, Mikey, and these lovely ladies today to express any feelings, opinions, or theories or anything at all? Did you say you were on your way back again, Sleuthy?
She had, yeah.
I thought she did. Like, geez.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. I've got sunburn on my butt cheeks. My butt cheeks are sunburned. This is the most uncomfortable car ride home. Like now I'm like sweating just because I've been sitting in the car now for 2 hours. I'm not sure how much longer that I can like stand this.
That's got to be fun. You get to get out there a lot though, don't you?
Yeah, well, Mom, we always went like as kids, and then when we were older, my uncle got a house there, and just last year or maybe 2 years ago, I think it was last year, my mom got a house too. So now we just kind of just go whenever. I can work from home, so
right. That's awesome.
we just go. Yeah.
Good for you. Other than the butt cheek sunburn, but
That's new for me. Like I was fine. I was fine the whole week, and then whatever. Like yesterday, like this is from either yesterday or this morning, and it's just getting worse. I hope it's not from this morning because that means it's really going to get worse.
Oh yeah. Especially with you riding all the way home, sitting that way, it's probably not going to make it any better.
I've got like a really nice, like Pioneer Woman fuzzy blanket that like I'm sitting on. I
don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Like, am I gonna have to go buy like? Will I have to like stop and pay $75 at like a truck stop for like a donut pillow?
Been there, done that. My
Gosh.
My wife talked me into going tanning with her a couple years back one time, and I got, of course, I went in completely with nothing on, which was stupid to me, but I didn't want the tan line thing going on and all that. And I got that because I you're pressed against the glass in a tanning bed. And I did it like the first time I went in for 20 minutes and they were like, oops, nope, shouldn't have done that. And it don't feel good. I promise you it don't feel good. So yeah, been there, done that. Not fun. Please tell Dago to see link. Not in, what are we talking about, Tamara? I'm a little lost. Amateur. No. I didn't do that, Mandy. Jesus, the butt cheek burn thing. So I'm not talking about the other side. Good God. No. I would have never told you guys about that happened anyway. So moving forward, thank you for being me.
You wouldn't have told us about it. Come on.
Not gonna happen. All right, Mr. Eddie, welcome back, brother. Good to have you back. Thank you for jumping up here.
When I got sick years ago, like all of my shame just went out the window. Like having to be vulnerable in front of strange nurses and stuff, you kind of get to the point where it's like, yeah, I'll show my ass. Not a big deal.
Oh, so be it.
And I don't use aloe. No, I'm seeing people say aloe. Don't use that stuff. It makes your skin peel.
Oh, no shit.
I've always used it.
I use like a really good silicone based, well, I don't usually get sunburn, but anytime that I have, I've put like a silicone based lotion on moisture as opposed to the aloe. The aloe is really just for pain, but then you start to peel.
Yeah, right.
I love Mike's expressions sometimes.
They're classic.
Yeah,
They're
Mike.
classic.
That aqua.
Did he have good ones? I didn't even get to see. I wasn't even like looking.
It was nothing towards you, I promise.
I know, he's lying. He's picturing your tushy.
Other than the pillow thing.
All right. So what can I do for you, Mr. Eddie, one more time, my friend?
Hey, Eddie.
Hi, Sleuthy. And I want to also say hi to Crime Sleuthin and Mike. I didn't get a chance to last time.
Sir.
Hello.
Is Melissa Jade still in chat? I want to say hi to her. She's always saying hi to me. So, Melissa.
Oh, hi, Melissa.
Yeah, what's
She
up,
gets a
Melissa?
hello from me.
She's in chat over here on the side too. I saw her earlier.
She did a really good job with that interview with Darren.
Yeah, she did.
Oh yeah,
everybody should check that out if you haven't.
I have not. I saw the one that Darren did like on his own channel, and he said a lot of similar things than what you were talking about earlier. But I have to. I thought I watched like all of her lives, but I must have missed that one. Just that one.
Yeah. She
I have
did
to go listen to it.
It was like a real. This is. Sleuthy, I do the same thing. I put my foot in my damn mouth all the time, or something comes out wrong. I hate that. I mean, this is a total compliment. It came off like a real professional journalist doing a real good interview. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, she did a great job with it. Very professional, very organized, very much so.
Yeah,
it's great when you're prepared.
That I've had, I just trip over myself the whole time. I don't, I'm just not good at it. That was really, really good.
Yeah. All right. What did you say, Eddie?
Well, I don't think this will ever be solved.
You mean the whole thing in general?
Yeah. It at least not by Ann Taylor. She's, her part is just to advocate for her client. Like I said before, this is probably not going to go to trial. And I don't think it was meant to go to trial. So they're convicting him with the media, and we can see the effect of that. Like when asked his opinion, Enon Harsh said, he thinks that the FBA, he calls it the FBA.
Right.
He says that they got this thing. So he's, and I can tell that he's really not paying too close of attention like you and I are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's just like a cross section of the rest of everybody out there, just citizens, just regular people that go about their life, and they're not like 24/7 into this thing. So if there's like FBI or law enforcement that are in, on watching right now in your stream, all they're doing is they're waiting and looking to see what effect that their smear campaign has. They don't care one way or the other what we really believe, because it's kind of like these other conspiracy theories like 9/11, or you have the Mandela Bay, the Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not here to say what you should believe on that, but if you think Stephen Paddock did that, well, that's your business. But we'll never know. But it doesn't matter what we know. Well, it doesn't matter what we believe. We're just never going to know it. So it's like I said last night on Truth and Transparency. This really isn't as much about Brian Kober getting convicted as much as it is having to do with him just getting indicted. This isn't.
That makes sense. I know
It's
what
not.
you're saying.
It's not to make sure Brian goes to prison. It's about making sure that whoever did this doesn't.
That's
just my
way.
opinion.
If you look at it from that view, you're absolutely right, my friend. You are absolutely right. It's a good way to put it too, Eddie. I respect that a lot.
So, Jesse, I believe, was your other panelist earlier. He had mentioned, he kind of thinks that there might be multiple people. I don't know, what he was thinking. And if he's in chat, he's, if he wants to jump up, and I'm not, trying to criticize. I just want to explore that thought and see what that looks like when you kind of talk it through with another, because if there's someone else involved, how many, do we say one or two, or we just leave it open-ended?
Right.
We just know that Brian can't do that by himself. And I think many people agree on that. So the problem, if you or I were to talk that through with someone else, it would look, the way it would look is well, then Brian is going to disclose that.
Yeah.
That's going to come out, and you start putting pressure on someone, and they're going to speak, like a husband dies, right?
Yeah.
And then they find this bad guy who has no connection to the husband. And then you start looking deeper, and law enforcement, the detective realizes that, well, that's just the hired hitman.
Yeah.
It wasn't random. This was planned, and it was planned by the wife. And I mean, this will all come out. And so, if he did have if Brian had involvement, but there was others, it's going to come out, and he's going to say names, and he's going to say his part. But remember, from day one, at the house, there would have been discussions with, on the 13th, there would have been people in law enforcement that realize that, Dylan saw a guy, right?
Yeah.
And there's one guy. And then on the 16th, in the press conference, we heard them state that there is a guy. They kept kind of spilling the beans, so to speak. They didn't really elaborate, but you could tell by listening that they're talking about a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not multiple. So,
Eddie, hold on one second.
Yeah,
I gotta
go ahead.
speak on something real quick. Heather, listen, hon. I clicked on the link you gave me, and all it gives me is what I showed you guys, and that Idaho State Police thing. There's something that says page 20 on there, but it doesn't allow me to change that. I can't do anything with that. It just brings this up right here, and that's it, hon. This is all that I can see. As soon as it shows you guys. If it's going to show you guys. Okay, StreamYards, let's do our thing the right way here. Good Lord. There, that's all it lets me do, hon. And then if I click over, that's it. It doesn't give me any other option to do anything with it. And I'm looking at the link. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want you guys to see that. Sorry about that. As I look at the link is part of. There's a download. There's an add to drive, and that's all there is.
What don't you want us to see? Were you looking for those dogs again?
I'm sorry.
I said, what don't you want us to see?
It was somebody's her email address. I didn't want you guys to see. That's all. But I can't change. She's saying to go to page 20 or something like that. It won't let me. This link here won't let me do anything. For Moscow, right? I can't.
Like it's only appearing as one.
Yeah, that's all it's coming up as. It's just this one page. That's all.
What if you save it as like what did you say it gives you the option to save it to drive, like OneDrive?
Yeah, I tried all that stuff. I've been sitting here playing with it the whole time, and it won't let me do anything. It's just you click this and you download it, and then it brings up what I showed you. That's it. It's a screenshot, right? And it doesn't allow me to show anything else. I tried, I promise. Believe me, I'd like to see more to it if I could. Welcome, LA, to the sauce. Good to have you as a new member, a new meatball. Welcome. Good to have you here. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm trying, Heather. I can't get anything else to come out of it, hon. So go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry to interrupt you, buddy. I just wanted to. She was going crazy over there. I wanted to make sure she knew I could see what she was saying.
The way it's outlined in the PCA, that's what we have to stick with. That's what we got. They're not saying that he's a part of this crime, that he had a hand in it. We can't add other people to it because it seems to fit better.
Right.
We have, that's their PCA. That's what they're saying. If you and I think that there are other people involved, don't you think that law enforcement, as good as they are, would also think that?
I would hope. I would want to hope.
Yeah, and they would, because they're that good.
They should be. Yeah, you're right. That's a fact.
They don't think that there's other people involved. But again, this probably won't go to trial. I think they would look ridiculous. I mean, there's not enough to get a warrant for this guy's arrest, even. Would a prosecutor in his right mind, like, say, let's do this thing. We got this thing airtight. Let's go.
Yeah. Right.
So.
Yeah, I've been thinking lately too. I've been thinking lately too that I don't think it's going to go to trial either. I agree with you on that one, bud.
Yeah, I think that there's like in the background, they're like in this war room, like prior to the press conference. It's like, okay, how is this going to go? We're just, the media is just going to be brutal. What do we do? What are we going to say? Well, here's, you're going to read from this script. Here's the script. That's all you have to do is read it. And then, well, but what about the questions? Yeah. Well, answer the ones, here. Okay, here's your parameters. We can answer these, and then if they ask a question like that, you just fall back on the go-to response.
Okay.
Protect the integrity. So don't worry, you'll do fine. Get up there and we got this. So likewise, I think Bill Thompson is like unwilling participant here. I don't think he's digging this thing at all. I think he's I think he was drug into it.
Oh, he had no choice. I mean, that's his job. So I can agree with that in a sense. And he doesn't seem very involved. And when we see him at these hearings, he just kind of seems a little, I don't know, like he's uncomfortable in a sense. I may be reading into that. I could be, but that's how it came out to me. Real quick, whoever may have, whether it was accidental or not, if you blocked Brian Hoffman, could you please unblock him at this point? I appreciate that, please. And You can't put links in the chat. Anybody that's trying to, unless you're a moderator. I'm sorry, it doesn't allow for that, sadly. But if somebody's sending something to me, that's fine. I appreciate that. Go ahead, buddy.
So well, I think I kind of covered pretty much. But yeah, Enon Harish, I think, is a good guy. We don't have to, worry too much about him. He doesn't really care if he misspeaks. Him and I are different that way, obviously. He calls it the FBA, and if I said that, I'd be embarrassed, right? So
right.
I
get it.
Yeah, all these inconsistencies, like, oh, we caught him in another lie. Well, I don't think he's just spontaneous. That's just the way he works.
Right.
No one's gonna hire him to do this.
That's a fact. That is a fact. I agree with that one, buddy.
Brent Kopacka. What I forgot to mention before is I think sissy would be about the last word I would ever use. I think if you were one of his military buddies, that word to describe him would never cross your mind.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't think so either.
Who used that word?
Darren.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, when he was referring to the type of person.
Yeah, the conversation.
I don't think he meant it
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He didn't. Yep, he wasn't like clinging to it like this. I insist. That's the way we talk about. No, he did qualify it. He's not like sticking to it hard, but he did say it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bring down the level of Brent's animosity and his violence level, stuff like that. He was kind of trying to dumb that down in a sense by saying that, I think.
I get that.
That's how I gathered it.
I get that. I just was also a little bit taken aback to hear him say that. And again, this was on his show, not Melissa's. I haven't heard him on that yet, but it took me back a little bit. They basically were going there to arrest him, and they thought that he was that he might be the killer, and then once they had taken his life, they realized that he wasn't. And I was like, what?
Yeah, I did watch that one too, Sleuthie. I watched when he did it on his own podcast. I watched that too.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Is Melissa Jade still in the?
I don't know. Are you still in here, Melissa?
If at any rate, regardless, I asked kind of a very specific question about, was he in the 3rd Battalion, 325th Airborne Infantry Regiment? And that seemed to everyone was clueless as to what I'm even talking about. In 2006, the Army went through this reconstruction, and this gets involved, and it's quite complicated, and I don't want to make it's complex, but if you were in during that time, it would even have been complex for you as a soldier. If you're one of the units the unit that you're in today, and this would have been something that would have come down. You would have known, in the latter months of 2005 that, okay, there's an upcoming change, and it's going to be really messy because our battalion is going to be retired. They're going to retire the colors, and then we're going to be reflagged. We're going to be part of this 4th Battalion because up to that point there's only brigade. We're going to be part of this 4th Brigade, and we're going to be called by a different name. It's going to be the 2nd of the 508th. So up till January 2006, the 2nd Battalion, 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment never existed. That is to say, they were retired years and years ago. They existed during World War II, I believe, in Vietnam, but they were retired for decades. And then now suddenly in 2006, they exist. So that's, now that everybody's confused, that's why I asked that question, is because he was in that unit. And that's easily, you can look up that when you look up either 3/325 or 2/508, if anybody's interested in that sort of thing. Am I still?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're good. I think he's reviewing something. I'm not sure.
Okay, it went silent there. So everyone can still hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's some military history for you with the 87.
I don't think you're off the wall either with the dead silence, Eddie.
Oh, no. Everything's good, buddy. I was looking at something at the same time. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry about that, Eddie. I'm listening to you, everything you're saying, buddy. But thank you guys. I did get those links. Everybody was sending the I think the way everybody's looking at this here, guys, let me show you this again. Okay. I think this is why everybody's seeing this way. Okay. Here we go. Oh, you can't see it that way. Anyway, the thing we looked at before where it shows here number of cases on the left-hand column, it's 4. And what these 4 cases were was either a murder or attempted murder. Okay. So I'm guessing that what they're looking at here is that these 4 are the only 4, and they're the 4 that we're talking about. And that those 4, these are the results that came from those 4, is what I believe people are seeing now, which is why they're putting this together as being the actual results from those 4. Okay. I'm not saying that this isn't right. Now, it does make a little bit more sense now to see it that way. So I appreciate what you guys are trying to say here on this side of this. This is the whole PDF for that now. I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you, as well as the other person. Hold on a minute. I think
it was Heather.
Barbie and Heather. Thank you all. So if we look at it this way, number of cases, an offense. Okay, so we have 4 attempted murders or murders. These are the results from those 4 murders, which I'm guessing are the only 4 murders that happened at this point. And this is why people are thinking that these are the results from that. Okay. So that does make some sense if you look at it that way, for sure, in my opinion. Oh, Eddie's awesome. Eddie's very informative, and he's very like on point with things, guys. You're right, exactly.
Were these the only murders for the year in Moscow?
That's what I'm guessing.
Wow.
And this was put up by the Idaho State Police, and it comes off of from them. So I'm guessing that were investigated, I'm guessing, or that they knew. I'm sure there was. I do know there were other deaths, but they were not investigated as murder. So,
can you, just to confirm, can you, if possible, if it's there, does it say it's for Moscow? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no.
Because if it does, then that's huge.
1 second here.
And Heather or the other girl, did you see where in it says it's for Moscow? Because I saw that in chat.
Well, I'm going back to the beginning of it. This also explains about it all. General breakdown. Overview and background. Toxicology program trends FY 2022. The Idaho State Police Forensic Services toxicology trends. So it's not giving anything that says this is pertaining to Moscow, Idaho, but it is Idaho State Police. Let me see if it shows anything in here. Well, it says, 1 second here. This report discusses trends in the toxicology program. Okay, hold on a minute, guys. As well as the number of toxicology cases submitted to the following Idaho State Police Forensic Services laboratories for the fiscal year of 2022. District 1, Coeur d'Alene. District 5, Pocatello. District 3, Meridian. Volatiles analysis. Only a toxicology case was any case which has urine or blood submitted to the lab for drug analysis and or volatiles analysis. Volatiles analysis may be performed on vitreous humor samples and beverages suspected of containing ethyl alcohol. Volatiles analysis quantities ethyl alcohol, drinking alcohol, and detects a wide range of other alcohols or inhalants. Toxicology analysis falls under 3 major disciplines: alcohol, the level of alcohol in blood, urine, vitreous humor, or unknown liquids. Blood toxicology, drugs in blood and urine. Toxicology, drugs in urine. That's basically it, but it does not. And it stated 5 districts. Oh, wait, but where'd it go? For the fiscal year. District 1, Coeur d'Alene, District 5, Pocatello, and District 3, Meridian. So I don't know if Moscow falls into any one of those districts.
Almost. It looks like District 5 is Moscow.
Can I
Okay.
ask Sleuthy Goosey a question?
You can do whatever you want, my friend.
So last night, Annie Potts, of course, as usual, was bringing down the house in Truth and Transparency as a panelist. And I learned that the medical examination, what do you call it? The autopsies, rather.
Yeah.
Were on the 17th. I thought they were on the 16th prior to that. So is that what you understand, Sleuthy?
So they did say the 17th. I'll have to go back and look at my emails because I'm pretty sure that I noted the exact date as well. I can actually do that really quick, but I was under the impression it was the 17th also, based off of their press releases and the press conferences.
Okay.
But you have to keep in mind that on the 15th, Kathy Mabbitt did that interview where she had already determined what the cause and manner of death was. So, like that piece of paper that we all got that like listed everybody's names and said, you know, the cause and manner, and they were flip flopped. That was nothing new. Like she already had said that was her determination. So, like, it didn't reflect anything, and it didn't say anything like that. Let me go look and see exactly what Kathy said. Hold on, let me look.
Okay. If I recall, I think Annie was kind of driving at the fact that, you know, the temperature, you know, if that was the case, the temperature of the body, that critical part of gathering information was, they might have missed the mark on that. And I would agree with Annie.
Well, when the coroner comes in, they're supposed to do the liver temperature test. Okay, but we have to understand that the doors were left open to this place, so I'm sure the temperature in the building was not standard temperature, which probably could affect that at the same time. That's another point to think of too. Go ahead.
So
well, I would. Oh, go ahead, Sleuthy.
Oh no, I just checked my emails, and I reached out initially to the medical examiner's office in Washington for Dr. Venus Singh, and they did confirm that it was the 17th, but that all further communication was going to have to go through the Latah County coroner. And then I emailed the same thing and CC'd the medical examiner on it also and asked Kathy the same thing. So I'm confident that it was the 17th.
Is that liver temperature test within her scope? Is that part of her responsibility? Because she didn't mention that during the interview.
That's well, from my experience, every time we've been on a scene, you know, is EMS. If the coroner shows up, that's what they do. At least here, I'm imagining it's protocol everywhere. That's how they do that. So, I could be wrong. Don't quote me, folks, because I don't know Idaho. I know Ohio. So, I gather that's how that happens. You can Google it and kind of read up on it a little bit if you want. It definitely does give a little bit of info on it. So that's the best way to pull time of death, which blows my mind a little bit because they gave time of death as noon.
They do that. That's automatic. That happened with my sister and my dad. My sister had been dead in her tub for 2.5 days. And so we know that she died on May 3rd, but her date of death and time of death was the 5th at the time that she was found. And
Okay.
same with my dad.
Yeah.
He had actually passed on Saturday, but we found him Sunday night. So
Gotcha.
his was Sunday night at 10 p.m. That's just
Right.
standard.
Because they don't know when someone, if it was unwitnessed, they don't know when you did, but they do know when they finally found you, you know.
Yeah. Which I believe that's because that's basically the time that law enforcement arrived there, within minutes, you know, obviously. So that's probably what that was about, to go with that sense of it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's always bothered me because, you know, May 5th was, you know, it's on her death certificate, but so that's, you know, on her tombstone, which I don't like, you know.
Yeah, no,
because we know what happened and when, you know.
yeah, absolutely. That's horrible.
So for me, the anniversary is May 3rd.
I understand. Absolutely.
And speaking of which, one of these days, there, in our case with my sister, our whole family firmly believes that she was murdered.
Oh,
The
sorry to
whole
hear.
thing does not add up at all, and they ruled it an accidental drowning. She was fully clothed in her tub. How's that an accident?
Yeah, that's not an accident. See, this is what drives me insane. That's why I do what I do. That doesn't even remotely make any sense. Even
No, it doesn't. She had a massive dose of diphenhydramine, which comes in Benadryl.
Yeah. Right.
However, there was no Benadryl in her home.
If she had passed out, or fell and like hit her head and landed in water, and you know, wasn't like say she was running the bath before actually getting in, that's the only way I'm seeing that it was.
Yeah, was there any kind of a head injury
There
or anything?
was not a mark on her. Nope. None at all. I saw the whole full autopsy report and everything. Yeah.
But there was all that Benadryl.
Yeah.
That was the only thing in her system.
Was there, like, not to be weird, but did she have any kind of allergy problems? Not to say that she wasn't smart enough to not take an overdose on it, but
no, that totally happens with
something. Yeah,
Benadryl.
it was a normal thing for her to take. She didn't have an allergy to it.
Okay, then
Yeah,
like
there was
my
none in her home, no bottles, no nothing.
My ex-husband, and it's like a rare, it's like not an often thing that happens to people. I get it with like Compazine, but like if he would take Benadryl, he literally would like come out of his skin. Like he looked like he was on meth. Immediately, almost immediately. I don't know if it's about the pink dye or something.
You're roboting, Sloofy.
yeah, you turned into a robot there for a minute.
I was just saying Benadryl is kind of like that.
I didn't get it yet, dear. You're trying, but it's not
The
happening.
last thing she said, she was just trying to explain different effects of Benadryl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's horrific, crime sleuthing. That's definitely not right. It's definitely off. Okay.
No, it's really weird. And her estranged husband had taken the boys for a camping trip. They were 5 and 3. And so who takes a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old camping impromptu without telling anybody?
I mean, was it just like a spur of the moment thing that he had?
Yeah, it was a spur of the moment thing. He picked them up from school for his weekend with the kids, and he was supposed to take them to school and preschool on Monday, and then she was going to pick them up. She didn't pick them up on Monday, and that's when a neighbor went over there and her back door was open.
Was there any witnesses that saw him come to pick the boys up or anything like that?
I don't think so. The police really didn't investigate it. A lot of times they want something to either just kind of go under the rug because, like, you know, that statistic report that you just pulled up, you know, when there's a murder in the neighborhood, it does bring property values down.
Oh, absolutely.
So if they can pin it on an accident or something, that's what they're going to do.
That's absolutely correct.
And a lot of law enforcement is just lazy.
Where was this at, if you don't mind I ask?
Yeah, if I can ask that too. I was going to say.
I would dox myself.
No problem.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
I would dox myself.
What
But,
about the
yeah.
state that it was in? Is that
I'm in Oklahoma.
okay? That's all I. Maybe maybe we can get together privately or something, and that's kind of an interesting case. Not interesting as in like entertainment wise, but like it's definitely a bad thing,
It's
and
always bothered us.
I would
One of our family members said that somebody just before they passed said that he knew who did it and why, and then he passed and wouldn't say anything else. So we don't even know if that's true. It's insane. She was so pretty, and all she ever wanted to do was be a mom, and she died at only she was 39 years old. Didn't even make it to 40.
That's so sad. I'm so sorry. I would love to, if you need any help on that, I would love to offer myself up to help you with it. I promise.
I'd love to have a PI or something, look into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just thinking.
I may email you privately about it.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Sleuthy. What were you saying, hon?
I just was thinking. I mean, I don't know if the timing would be similar. Like, so for instance, my mom. I think my mom's like 57 or something like that, I guess. And she's the youngest of 8. And when she was 4, my grandmother, her mom, she had like gastric bypass. But so granted, this is over 50 years ago. So they were only like, I don't even know what they were doing then for that. But
they
she
were
had
just
gastric bypass
with it. Yeah.
Yeah. And she was like younger than 30. I mean, she was like 33 or something like that, or maybe 34. And she just like went to sleep, like on a couch, and just never woke up. And they kind of chalked it up to complications from that. There were never anything, but we're about something that happened. So.
Right. Doc Terry might know something about that, if based on the time span that it was. I know when it was new, they had a lot more.
Wondering if maybe like something that they weren't particularly maybe looking for, depending how long ago that it was.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't doing like DNA and stuff then, were they? Like not 50 years ago.
How long ago was it?
My sister's case?
No, what Sleuthy's talking about.
Yeah. Mine was like 50 years ago. I don't know 50. About her. I'm not saying she's old. I was, yeah, but this was like 50 years ago, and they didn't do like DNA. So, but when was your sister's though?
It's coming up on almost 20 years.
Wow.
So I don't think they were doing DNA then either.
Probably not. Not as. I think they may have just been starting to get into that.
They didn't even print the house. They didn't even run fingerprints. They didn't even powder for prints. They just actually, they called it a suicide at first. They said she did it to herself.
Oh, well, there's no excuse for that.
No.
And,
how could you?
Yeah. And we were like, no. She was a daily journaler. And there was no indication whatsoever in any area of her life that she was depressed. She was really happy. She was good. So they were trying to tell her, it looks like she did it herself. So they didn't investigate anything.
Thank you, Doc. Sleuthy Doc.
I still do pay. However, at the medical examiner's office here, I still do pay myself the $200 a year that they require for family. After, I think it was 1 year, they will dispose of any tissue samples that they have unless you pay them the fee. And I pay that every year. My mom didn't until she passed, and then I started. Because if they ever were to, look into it again, we've still got all that.
Yeah.
And the family has to pay that every year.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
No, I guess we all got something like that, you know, that kind of draws us into this in a sense. You know,
Exactly.
my great grandfather,
Oh, 100%.
his case was on Unsolved Mysteries at some point. He was a sheriff. This was a long time ago, like 60 years ago, I think it was. And he was the sheriff in a town, and they found he was also an alcoholic. He was drunk all the time, and he was abusive towards his wife. And they found him at the sheriff's office on the ground with a huge hematoma on his head. And they said he fell off. He was drunk and he fell off the bunk he was sleeping on and hit his head. Well, then somebody down the line came out and said that they knew for a fact that he was murdered and that his wife was the person that put them up to do that. So my family and I have been looking into that little by little when we can, trying to prove the truth on it. But nobody wants to talk about it. There's people around from back then that still don't want to talk about it. It was on Unsolved Mysteries and everything, like I said, and nobody wants to say a word. So I get it. I get it.
was so sad.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so.
That is so sad.
So, and who knows if we'll ever know the truth, because the people that could have done it, they're probably long gone. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. So,
Yeah, the person that my family member had actually named, shortly after this happened, maybe a year after my sister died, he faked being abducted. He was gone from his home for 3 days. He pulled a Carly Russell. He was gone for 3 days, and then he came back, showed up at home, just like Carly, claiming that he'd been tied up in the woods. It was so stupid.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah, he had kind of a mental breakdown and stuff. So I don't know. I think maybe it's possible.
Yeah. Thank you, J Rod. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for jumping in with us today. I appreciate it.
Hey, J Rod.
Well, guys, I think that's going to probably do it for today. My granddaughter's here, and I got some things I got to jump into, but I do want to thank everybody on panel. This was a great show today. I think everybody got to voice, not everybody, but a lot of people got to voice their theories on this. Eddie, always a pleasure, brother. Sleuthy, you're always welcome, and I always appreciate hearing what you have to say. Same with you, Crime Sleuthin. I appreciate you also very much.
Dago, do I have time to say one last thing?
You absolutely can, my friend. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I want to say, and I think I am speaking on the behalf of many of us here. I want to say thank you for channels like Harsh and Jules that have responded to Coffin Doffer's attack on the true crime and YouTube community.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very important that when stuff like that happens, that there's someone with enough fortitude and courage to strike back, because our voice is so small. So, Jules, thank you for on your community page posting what you did, and if there's other channels, of course, you guys as well too. I'm only aware of Harsh, because he had a video about the pitchfork pair, he called them. So that's what I'm speaking about, and it's kind of just a retort about what's happening to us all and how our voice is being minimized. So I just wanted to say thank you to Jules.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you, brother. I appreciate it. We love Jules. I have a mad respect for Harsh. They do a lot of great stuff as far as I'm concerned. They really do.
I second that.
Which is why I'm so grateful to have Jules on my team. We're on the same side, and I love it. I talk to her regularly. We go through things together. She's absolutely just amazing, as is Harsh. He's a great creator out there, very respectful, and is going in the right direction, as Jules and a lot of us, and I appreciate them so very much for that. Again, she knows that we love her here, and she's thanking you, Eddie, for that. If you can't see it there, buddy.
I see. Yeah, I think duty calls. I think there's going to need to be more in the coming days and months or weeks, but we should all respond as such in a unified voice.
Yes,
To
I agree.
the likes of Coffindoffer.
I do agree.
Thanks again, Dago, for having me up today.
Every time, anytime, my friend. I always love to hear what you have to say. You're so very insightful and educated in my opinion, and the way you present yourself and everything we talk about is very informative. Everybody loves it when you come up here to talk about things, my friend, and you always have a spot at my table, and I hope you know that.
Thanks again, Joe.
Have a great day, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Crime Sleuthin, thank you again so much for your input. And sorry, I didn't know she fell off there. Thank you so much for your input and your information that you help us with. It's you're a little bit newer around here, but I appreciate you and the way that you look at things and hearing what you have to say about a lot of things that we talk about. I very much appreciate you. So thank you once again for being here with us today. Oh, okay, she did it on purpose. I get it. Sorry, Sleuthy. And as I stated,
thank you, Dago. Have a great afternoon.
You too, dear. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Sleuthy, as always, thank you for your insight, information, your input and everything. Again, you also always have a spot at my table, and I appreciate you so very much. Mikey, you know how I feel, brother. That's all I have.
Oh, you know what?
Everybody in here, guys, you guys are amazing. Today was a great show. Like I said, it was a far cry from what yesterday was. And like I said, we're going in that direction for sure. And we're going to continue going in that direction. I love you guys to death, each and every single one of you guys. And I respect and appreciate all of what your input is. Anybody that sends me the emails and the clips and of everything, all of it, guys, I love it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Heather. Anybody that has donated to the channel today via these links, I do appreciate you so very much as well. That's what keeps me coming to you guys, pays the bills, and allows me to hang out with all you awesome people every single day. So thank you for that. Moderators, you know I love you guys. You're great. You did a great job as always. And I can't say much more about it. So guys, you guys rock. That's all I can say. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I may see you somewhere tonight. Who knows? It is Friday, guys. And don't forget Publicly Buzzed and their Feral Fridays. It's always a blast over there. CJ will be live, I'm sure. Check them both out if you can. I'm sorry, I should say it that way. Besides that, folks, if I don't see you before then, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. And I will see you all on the other side. Bye-bye.
Be good, y'all.